Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Twisted Strategies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Monday to all of you. There are a number of ways to support the channel. We have our monetization back, so you can always become a member, or you can send a super chat, a super sticker, or if you miss us live, there's a thing called super thanks, which is new to me understanding what it is. So it's kind of cool. But then we have the good old fashioned ways that help us better in the short term, which are our Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country. Trisha uses it. And there are no fees, she says. And speaking of Trisha, I would like to send a big fat thanks to Trisha because I got home from the trip to New Hampshire for the tournament. And what did I find on the porch but a package from Amazon? And I don't order. So I'm like, what is this? And I open it. And what is it? It's something I've been dying to do. It is a murder mystery dinner party kit. So it comes with like pamphlets for each character. It comes with the invitations for 8 characters, and other people can come too, but there's only 8 characters. The character names are hilarious. And so I'm like, oh, I'm doing this. Like, this was on my wish list. It was something on my wish list that me and my oldest have been talking about. And it gives like options of things like, if you get this, if I give you this character, that this is how you should dress up. And it looks like a load of fun. And I'm literally doing it. I'm doing it. It's gonna be a blast. So I want to thank Trisha for that. It was a surprise. Nobody doesn't like surprises. So I appreciate that, Trisha. Thank you so much for buying that off my wish list. We're going to have so much fun with that. All right. Let's see. I wanted to. Okay. So Casey's right. Who shall we get this morning, folks? Who? Like a friggin' owl. Which witness shall we get this morning? Like, which one? You know what I'm saying? Also, I just want to thank you guys. All the comments on yesterday's video were great. I kept getting them and I'm like, this is awesome. Like, people are talking back and forth. And I know a couple of people obviously missed yesterday's live. It wasn't as long as it normally is. That's why. And so, it was a little shorter because I was short on battery power. And so I could only run with my computer doesn't run for more than like 2 hours and some change on full battery. For whatever reason. It's also 5 years old. So it is what it is. So I brought my laptop with me so that I could, do this. It was a little miserable the night before. It was raining. They called off games the night before. So we started early in the morning. But it was still nice. It was still nice. It was still nice to be somewhere besides your own house once in a blue moon, outside. It was a little windy. It was windy, but New Hampshire was beautiful nonetheless. It's a long ride, but one of our teammates brought us, so that was nice. We did have a fun. We went to this place called the Drunken. Oh God, I'm gonna have to remember. Drunken. I don't know, but I got this macaroni and cheese. Okay, and it was delicious. It was in Merrimack, New Hampshire.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Hey.
How's things going?
Thirsty Moose. That's what it was called. The Thirsty Moose. So if you're ever in Merrimack, New Hampshire, you should try the Thirsty Moose. It's like a pub. But their food was delicious.
Can you hear me?
Dude, they had. Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay. Because there's like a little bit of an echo in the background.
Is there an echo?
Yeah.
Shit. Let me figure out why. It might be because I came home from the trip and everything was unplugged. So I had to replug everything in. So let me check the settings on the microphone. That might be it. If there's an echo. Is anybody else hearing an echo?
Hello. Hello. I think it's gone.
There's no echo. So it might be. Yeah, you can. That's what you're hearing. Is it gone?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. No, it's not gone.
Yes, maybe. No.
It's like delayed.
God damn it. It's like delayed. That's weird.
Maybe your speakers are too loud. Maybe
speakers. I don't know. The mic volume is at. Let me lower that. It was up high. I don't know why. Is that volume better? And then we have the microphones on what it's supposed to be. Condenser microphone. Yes, that's what I have. Move it away. Echo cancellation is on. Reduce mic background noise. Let me just check it on the other end here.
Okay.
System setting. sound. I turned the speakers down, I think, right? Yeah, I did. Wait, let me turn those down. You're right. Those are like way too high. Why are they that high? Is that a better, like lower?
Let me try. Hello, how you doing? No, I still hear it.
I don't hear an echo for you. So it might be you then, because I don't hear any echo on you.
Just ask, I guess, the chat.
Or
Like,
me.
do you hear me like hearing me twice?
Is anybody else hearing an echo? Only be Tim now.
Okay, it'll be the mic
your
picking up your speakers. Best solution is to use headphones. Okay, so either way, that's what they're stating.
God damn it. My headphones are dead. I didn't charge them because I used them yesterday.
Okay, yeah, it says, yes, BTIM is coming back.
Oh, you might be coming back through my microphone. Hold on. Maybe that's what it is, that a speaker was too loud so it could hear you through my mic. I turned it down. I lowered the speaker volume. I also don't want to. You guys tell me if it's to the point where you can't hear me. I'll raise it because there's speakers on my. I sound distant. Yeah, that's because I moved the microphone away from my face.
All right.
Well,
I don't. Let's see if we hear it anymore. Oh, we still. Yeah.
I didn't hear anything, so that's the. I'm not hearing anything on my side because it's probably me. So I don't. God damn it.
Yeah, it happens.
It's just one of those goddamn things. I mean, I'm looking at the settings just to make sure. Yeah. We have a zebra running around loose in the area. Shut the hell up.
Now be careful. They're part donkeys, and donkeys hate dogs.
That's hilarious. Can you imagine a zebra running around?
Yeah, but like donkeys despise dogs, and they will often try to attack and like maim a canine.
Let's see. Speaker. Communication speaker. Default speakers. Is that better? Maybe, possibly.
Let's see how that's going. No.
Damn it.
Yeah. I think the only solution is like headphones. I don't know why it worked last time. You didn't need headphones, but this time it does.
I did not. Wait, hold on. Let me try this.
Let's see. Is that better at all?
Well, hello. Let me see it. Hello, how you doing? I don't hear anything. I don't hear any background.
All right. Well, I think I fixed it. Not sure how, but I did.
Yeah, and you sound better too. You're a lot louder, so it sounds like you're better. So
I just changed I don't know why my microphone is actually listed twice in like the settings of the computer itself.
Sometimes
and
happens.
Then also in the StreamYard settings, so I just changed it from one to the other.
Yeah.
Dr. Russell's outside the courthouse. Hilarious. That's come on, dude. Russell, hustle.
I don't understand the thought process of that woman. Like, to me, like, they fought so hard to bring that woman in, and if Alessi questions that woman, oh my god.
Dr. Dovich is on tap, right? I mean, I hired the volume back up of the of my speakers just so you guys could hear me. I had lowered them a lot just to see if that was the echo. So it should be good now. You guys tell me what the sound is like on you guys' end, but it should be good now. Should be able to hear me now. But Dr. Russell outside. I mean, what are they thinking, B-Tim? What are they thinking? What?
I mean, they're thinking we all need a good laugh.
That must be it, right?
It's Monday. We all need a good laugh. Listening, I mean, like, the greatest line I ever heard that woman say was like, where'd you put that information? It was in my head. And it's like, you're sitting there and you're looking at this woman. You're like, aren't you supposed to produce reports so that everyone reads? And you're saying it comes into your head. And then, like, Alessi literally wrote her report. And it's just going to be a disaster. This woman is going to be a fucking disaster. And it's just, what's interesting is, and I think Yellow College Tales, I was watching Yellow College Tales, and he points out, and as he was reading his article, and he points out that basically the defense's witness actually solidified the concept of the time discrepancy between phones and stuff like that. And actually, it was actually helping the Commonwealth in a lot of ways. So it's kind of weird that you have a defense, your first defense witness, that kind of solidifies what the Commonwealth has been stating.
Yep.
And it didn't help your case at all, in my opinion. It was actually helped the prosecution's case.
Absolutely.
And it's like still people
usually gives us really great information that always ends up being right. So that means that someone actually spotted them. Thank you, girl. By the way, I must have missed that comment you wrote because I was trying to fix the echo. But I always appreciate your reporting back to us stuff like that I can't see while I'm here. So it's very well appreciated.
Yeah. I just think like if this lady comes on and she tries to talk about the wounds, she's going to actually, in my opinion, solidify the case for the prosecution
right? Yeah.
Because she's going to completely look like a complete moron on the stand and be torn to pieces about these wounds and how it's inconsistent with a dog bite. And it's going to be bad. I mean, and it just seems like the defense seems to want to highlight areas that mostly incriminate their client. Like I hit him, the marks, the clipping events. I mean, I just think it's not a smart move.
Please let Dr. Russell be today. Please, please, please let Dr. Russell be. I'm literally begging for it. Please, for the love of God.
I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. If Dr. Russell's their next witness, that is really fucking interesting choice of witnesses.
Since he was there and is there, like, what the hell?
My guess is the ACA witnesses are going to be the last witnesses.
Yeah,
that's going to be my
last or second to last. That's my guess.
Because they want to finish strong, and I think those in their minds.
They have to know that. They have to know it's not going to go well.
Yeah.
Oh my God, so cute. I mean, did anybody get Dr. Russell her meatball sub? I mean, she might not be able to testify without the meatball sub, dude. Like,
what do you mean the meatball sub? What are you talking about? The meatball sub?
Oh yeah, Dr. Russell loves meatball subs. Loves them. Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay.
She does. Yep.
Facts.
Yep. It's one of those jokes that were made like forever ago, and now like she forever will be known as the doctor who likes meatball subs. Like, I will be happy to see Dr. Russell. That'd be great. I cannot wait. I literally can't wait. Give me Dr. Russell and Lucky in the same day. It's like giving me a birthday present.
Bro, if that happens, this is going to be insane because like the end of the day, the problem is with these guys is that what they need is for you to prove your case because like they made huge allegations and they made huge claims that they were going to prove. And a lot of people say, well, you know, the defense doesn't have to prove these things, but the problem is
those kind of words.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're going to go in an opening statement and say, I'm going to prove this and I'm going to prove that, then you have to. I mean, you kind of have to. I would have probably yeah, I mean, I don't know, this whole thought process of going with a third-party culprit, Bodie defense is kind of Bodie defense makes more sense to go with to try to say like they just immediately went for my client because of out of anger and you know, they didn't look at all the suspects, the possibilities here and there, you know, but here, like you're making statements that are just like your proof. You say, I'm going to prove this. And so far, your first witness basically solidified the prosecution's case. And unless you bring in an ME, you're going to need someone that's going to testify that he got beat up and they're consistent with being beat up. You're going to need someone to testify that they're consistent with being dog bites, who isn't a wackadoo, a crazy lady. You're going to need an accident reconstruction person that hasn't been impeached completely on voir dire and is going to be impeached on the stand for basically writing reports. And another thing and you're going to need those elements that kind of prove your theory of your defense. And the other problem is that the first witness basically said, yeah, I write whatever my client tells me to. And I don't do independent tests. I just look at people's reports and that's how I make my money. I just write what my client wants and I look at the reports. And that to me, it's just like, it's not a good look, man. And I think like a lot of people are just, I don't think that the jury really took that guy too seriously.
No. I mean, if you're the jury, right, and this guy comes in and he basically tells you that he's there to critique someone else's work, but that he's assuming that it's a iPhone to Bluetooth instead of iPhone to iPhone, then you clearly didn't do the calculations right because you assumed.
Well, the problem is that the reason why you want to do your own test is because you have to confirm that what they're doing is correct, and what they're doing is actually a correct thing to do, like correct. Because you could be working, and this is the thing, like the other Karen Reed people that honestly don't have any critical thinking skills. Says, oh my God, they basically Hank proved that the data was faulty. No, what he was proving was that you could not, when he asked this question, like, can you, how do you know this kind of data is true if you didn't do any tests and you could be working with faulty data, is to highlight that he doesn't know. He never did the test. He never did the due diligence, because what you want to do in scientific method is to reproduce the experiment to see if the results are consistent with the experiment. You know what I mean? This is common high school science, high school, junior high school science. You grab the experiment and you try to reproduce the experiment to see if the results are the same. And if they're not the same, then you find out why they're not the same. And unfortunately, this guy did not want to reproduce the results. He just wanted to just look at the report and do what Mr. Jackson told him to, which was to get money. And unfortunately, that is not a good witness. That is a terrible witness. What you want as a witness, and I think the common theme with a lot of these people is that they just basically are, whenever they try to be, they're told not to do tests, because I feel like the more tests they do, the more they disproves the defense's theory. And I think they want it, and that's what the defense knows. So they give them like limited information and limited stuff to produce results that best suited for the defense. And then when asked questions in detail, it destroys their theory. And I think that's a big problem for the defense. It's kind of like the emperor has no clothes.
It's a huge problem for the defense. Like, I don't know how they think they're going to really get around that. And, you guys have to remember, like JMS is saying, like all those law tubers that are sitting there saying, the Commonwealth's horrible and the defense is great. Like, they know what's coming. They absolutely do. And it's funny because retired Judge Lou is on Twitter now, right? And the sewer turtle got quite mad because the judge has now understood what a serious issue this is and what a serious danger to society he is. And so the judge has said, wait a second, hold on. And he spoke to many people, including myself, who have told him, like, listen, judge, this is what has been done. This is what has not been done. And, I just think the justice system doesn't realize the extent that it's at. I think they just think it's a back and forth online, and they don't really grasp the extent to people's lives being destroyed. And so the judge, now being on X, has understood, because he sent the minions, the sewer turtle sent the minions to attack the retired judge, trying to claim, like, oh, maybe this is a satire account, couldn't possibly be a retired judge. And the retired judge is like, yeah, no, it's me. And it is. It's Judge Lou. And Judge was like, listen, I cannot turn a blind eye to this kind of criminal behavior. So I will be reporting these things to the police, like to law enforcement. And, maybe they won't listen to regular citizens, but a retired judge is someone they're going to listen to if told, like, this is a serious issue. He's in deep. And then, as on the weekend, I don't know if it was Friday or Saturday, but the sewer turtle made a whole, show and had a clip about how if the Commonwealth had offered him a deal with no jail time, which will never happen, they'll never offer him no jail time because they don't need him. Karen.
I mean, they might need him for, right. I mean, listen, I think that would be, they might think about it if he's willing to testify and give a lot of people up.
But you'd have to give up. Every single person in it would have to be serious crimes. Can't just be like little stupid shit.
No, it would be like Karen Reed. It would be like Alan Jackson, Yannetti, those types of people, like high profile people. Because I have a feeling like he has a lot of dirt on Yannetti and Jackson, and that would be very interesting to hear.
But his own attorney, Bradel.
Yeah, well, and the problem is, the thing is that, like the problem, I think of it like this, like, you ever heard of a mob attorney?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, so the reason why it's whenever you try to make a deal, the mob attorney is going to be like, no, you can't snitch on anyone, because the fact is that attorney's not really working for you; they're working for the mob. If you catch my drift, And I feel like, Mr. Betterow and Mr. Bretto and all these people that are around him giving advice will probably tell him just to, no, you can win this case. You'll do fine. Don't just continue and don't make a deal. And it's like the worst possible advice to give to your client, because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Bretto did his arguments about freedom of speech and all that shit. But the problem is he's going to have to go in front of a jury and talk about freedom of speech. And then he's going to have to argue, everything he did was under the umbrella of freedom of speech, when his own client said his intent was to intimidate the witnesses so they wouldn't testify on a video.
That's right. And so he says, oh, well, if the Commonwealth came to me right now and gave this, deal of no jail time, I would have to think about it. And I don't care who likes it. You can call me what did he call it? A sellout, right? And it's like, bro, you sold out a long time ago when you were willing to lie to your audience, and then privately in text messages and group chats, call all of your audience stupid people who will give you money no matter what. And I think when it comes to his trial, like, some of these people are really going to feel dumb that they believed in him as a journalist. Or the more people that sit there and say, well, he always tells the truth, I almost want to pee myself laughing, because they have no idea. And I mean, how do you not at this point? That's the part that gets me. How do you not? He literally contradicts what he just said in the last sentence.
I think what the problem is, he also works in faulty information, because I found out, like, for instance, the situation where he knocked in that woman's door, talking about how she got all this money. I found out when I was talking to other people that apparently, I think $750,000 was set aside for the kids.
Yeah.
So, actually, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't just like she got all that money. So, like, he goes in there, he's a reporter, and he doesn't even know that particular. And I'm not a reporter, so I wouldn't know that. But you know what I mean?
Doesn't check anything ever.
Yeah, and the problem is like, defamation is a lower standard for when you're a private citizen, and that woman would be a private citizen. When you look at defamation, there's two categories: if you're a public figure or if you're a private figure. So a public figure, it's more for malice, for like you say something untrue, but for malice. You knowingly knew it was going to be damaging. It was terrible. For private citizens is negligence. It's basically like what Turtle Boy did. Like, if I came in and said, well, you know what? I said, I'm just going to use someone as an example. Joy, I found out that you steal cats and sell them in the black market. And I'm a news reporter, and I state this, and I never verify those facts. You could sue me. You know what I mean? Like, obviously I picked a ridiculous scenario. I'm not going to say something really bad, but and I think he puts himself out there for a lot of lawsuits where the bar is low to sue him for it. It doesn't even have to be for what would be considered for a public figure for a lawsuit. So, for instance, like with that lawsuit where he's trying to sue that poor lady that he attacked, in my opinion, she's a private citizen. He's a public figure. So his actual goal, like, is a lot higher to sue her, because he would have to prove that she stated something with malice and that she knew this was going to damage his reputation. And all she has to do is show the receipts of the information in open court.
Long before she ever existed.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't defame, so you can't claim defamation when there's an open, active criminal investigation against you for that alleged crime.
Yeah, and another issue is that he likes to do like things like, well, I heard that so-and-so did this, on the show, and he thinks that protects him from defamation. No, it doesn't, because you're stating these statements about private citizens, and they can sue you for it actually
shows that you're not doing your due diligence, because I heard and verifying things are two different things. So it shows that you're just going off what you were told.
Yeah, there's for instance, that when Trump was suing about the whole situation about the court case, where he stated that he was convicted of rape or something like that, like sexual assault or something like that, and he stated this. Now, he did not state this with malice, but he stated this with he just was negligent, and that's how Trump was able to win that lawsuit very easily and to make him they had to settle, because he never verified it.
Right. And you can't do that. You cannot do that. And to think that you could sue someone just to quiet them from allegations of SA of any sort when there's an open, active criminal investigation against you is so hilarious. That means that every victim who has an open active investigation against the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator could be sued for defamation for speaking up. That would set a ridiculous precedent, and that's not going to happen.
And that's the problem with guys who are law tubers. They're not really being fair and honest with their audience at all. In my opinion, a lot of them are just really there so that they can make money, and they don't really care about like explaining them. And they're not really explaining this case in a very, like this case, the Karen Read case, fairly, because at the end of the day, Alan Jackson made a lot of mistakes in the beginning of his opening, which he made a lot of promises, and I don't think he's going to keep any of those promises, and I think that's a problem. And if his trump card is to basically play Proctor what he said meanie poopy words against Karen Read, and also apparently is not going to work, and also apparently Mr. Yannetti lied to the judge, stating, you know, pin it on the girl, which was never said in those text messages.
Nope,
so he lied. He lied in open court, and people are running with that lie. And
they've done it a million times. They've done that pin it on the girl thing a bunch of times. And they did the same thing last trial where they were like, well, it basically implied is a pin it on the girl. Nobody implied that. None of that was implied, like, nor was it said. So it's like, you don't get to just make up facts. That's not the way it works. And if I'm Michael Proctor and his family, I sue Yannetti for that. Like,
yeah, that is, see, that to me is actually a suable, something to sue Yannetti for. Because he stated in open court something that he should have verified. And Proctor is a private citizen. He is not a public figure. He is not, he is fired from the police department at this point. So I you know what I mean? And even if he was a public figure, he would still have grounds to sue Yannetti for that, because that was said with malice to cause him pain. And that's like, these guys are committing defamation and lies in open court against people, and people on Twitter, and these people are just not good. You know, you have people that are not verifying the words from this attorney. Like, that's what you're supposed to do as a news podcast or someone like that. You have to verify these statements are true. Because if I heard that in open court, I'd be like, whoa, where did that text message come up? What exhibit was that? Because I thought that would be a huge thing.
Yep. Exactly.
You know? And they don't. They're not legitimate people.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that's what pisses me off so much about all the law tubers, which is you're willing to give people information you know is not true just to make a buck. But in turn, those people then take that information and think, because you're an attorney, that you're smarter than everyone else and you know better than everyone else. So you must be right? Because you know the law and they don't, right? And so they spread that misinformation and so on and so forth. The amount of damage they do opening their mouths, saying things they know to be untrue. They know it. Okay. Listen, I know the law, at least in this state, better than the back of my hand. All right. I can tell you that most of the things that they say, they know are completely and utterly false. They know their legal takes. They know this is going bad for Karen Read. You'll see some of them right at the end there sort of step back and start making statements like, well, if she gets convicted, it'll be an injustice and we'll fight for appeals and things of that nature, like things in that realm. You'll start seeing them say things like that coming towards the end of the trial, probably even starting maybe days ago for all I know. But now that we're coming to the end, that's what you're going to start seeing from them, because they need a way to step back from it and not be completely wrong.
Yeah, and you hear a lot of people that spread misinformation, like, oh, well, you know, I was watching Bolensky, you know, this podcaster, and he was talking to his other attorney, and he, you know, like the grifter.
Real quick, we talk a lot about personal safety here all the time.
You
know this guy.
Yep, got it.
And he was talking about like how, you know, the probable cause could be that he didn't have a shoe on, one of his shoes were off, and the guy didn't have a jacket. And the fact is, it's like, first off, that was a misprint by the EMT, and they didn't know what he was wearing at the time. So the fact is that he was wearing a long sleeve with a hoodie, and that was that was put on the ambulance report as a jacket, and that, you know, the defense used that as a big deal. And the fact is that was you know, an EMT made a mistake on a report, which, by the way, happens all the time, and also happens in police reports.
Yeah, that's why police reports, they're not evidence.
And it wasn't both shoes that were missing. It was one shoe that was missing.
One.
And the fact is, if you went to a judge and said, hey, we want to search this cop's house because the guy in front of his, that's got, in front of this place has one shoe and he's not wearing a heavy enough jacket for the winter, you're going to be laughed out of the fucking courtroom. The judge is never going to grant that. Zero chance to grant that. And number two is that they were allowed to walk around the house. They didn't search every nook and cranny like a fucking.
They were in the house.
They were in the house. And
People
the
were
fact
like,
is,
they were in the house. Yeah, they were literally in the house that very morning. Right? They woke Brian Albert and Nicole Albert up out of their sleep with cops in their house.
yeah, I mean, like, you have to realize, like, this is kind of like a ridiculous thought process from attorneys. It's like, that would not, if you had a client, and would you not like try to fight like that case and successfully win in that scenario? Because there is no way in God's green earth that would actually win in court, that you would allow, that the judge, like these cops would be allowed, and they would be laughed out of the courtroom. And a lot of these cops actually understand this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course they do. I mean, I think what also gets me is that people actually take what the sewer turtle has to say in any legal take and take him seriously. That's another problem that I have, because they claim, oh, well, he's a journalist. He knows. No, he's not. He's not a journalist, first of all. Secondly, he doesn't know. Thirdly, anyone making the assumption that the defense should call Proctor or the Alberts for the defense to call them on direct is an asinine idiot just lying, or they have no idea what they're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Call those people on direct, because the Commonwealth then gets a cross of them. Okay.
Yeah. And then
anything the defense was attempting to do and probably helping the Commonwealth. So the fact that he gave that legal take and then people ran with it, like, bro, he has no idea what he's talking about. And so I saw anonymous Mass lawyer, Michael Collins, who's a lawyer here in Mass, retired Judge Lou, and a vast amount of other people that I talked to privately are like, he can't be serious, right? I'm like, oh yeah, he's totally serious, because he thinks he knows what he's talking about. Like, when in reality, he sounds like an idiot to anybody that actually does know how a trial works or what you would or wouldn't do. That would be a huge mistake on the part of the defense to call Proctor. Mm-hmm. I have no doubt that they will not. Like,
yeah, exactly, Leon Tate. Ironically, the one who could have given the cops probable cause was Karen. All I had to say was that John went to the house, but he wasn't made up. And that's another thing that's a big problem with her, is because all her
yelling at him, I hit him. She took that probable cause that they might have had at any point and stuffed it in a trunk, because she started screaming, I hit him, could I have hit him? No probable cause anymore.
And the fact is that the woman basically, stated that she was looking for him in that area because she expected to find him in that area. And it's like, why would you expect to find him in the area if you saw him walk in the house?
If we went in, right. Thank you, JMS, for your super sticker. I love it. It's a little corgi. Yeah, Dr. Russell is at the courthouse, y'all. Yeah, he did say that, Anna. Yeah, he absolutely said that. And I'm like, what a brain dead idiot. Like, I mean, but again, what happens when you take your legal takes from people like him that have no idea what they're actually talking about?
Yeah, I mean, like, personally, me, if I was like an attorney and I was thinking about a defense for this person, I would want a medical examiner to basically kind of support the theory of a beating or some sort of violent effect. But the fact is, they probably couldn't find anyone to do that.
They couldn't find anyone. Yep.
Yeah. Another issue is, and then I would probably talk about, maybe I would get an action. I would never use, I think they were forced to use ARCA. Listening to Nevercracker's response is that there's the top 3 accident reconstruction people, and one of them didn't want to get involved, and the other one chose.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, the one chose Commonwealth, one said, no, I'm not getting involved in this shitstorm. Hey, Elaine.
Oh my God, they started almost on time? This is shocking.
Not even, we're 8 minutes past 9.
So, Mr. Leslie, I was told you wanted to see.
Oh, sidebar.
Okay,
right.
Sure.
Everybody get your sidebars quick. I'm going to go with 11. Well, Alessi wants to see her, y'all. Alessi.
Yeah, so they're going to do the dog bite lady because he's going to have Alessi's.
Right. A lie Lessie.
Leslie? Oh my God.
In his hands. Your Honor, my hands. I didn't do anything with my hands, Your Honor. It's something with my hands.
With Mr. Brennan, that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages
Redacted.
over the weekend. Ms. Deiamandis, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're properly authenticated and that they do go to.
Can I turn this fan off?
Yes, can we turn
You can let them in, but how are you going to let them in and authenticate them through witnesses that don't remember them?
Thank you. So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So
And I
I'll
knew she
give a
was gonna do
limiting
that.
instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those redactions will have to be made.
Talking about phone numbers.
I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in.
Of course you are.
And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Giannetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out.
Out.
All right, that's
I
it.
don't even know who
I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please?
And I think this is a tactical problem for the defense because they're not going to call Proctor.
Nope.
And it would be better to have these read by Proctor to authenticate them, to make them. To have just some random person just stand there is not going to add anything because you can't really go into the state of mind of Proctor at the time of these text messages. And
that's what I don't understand. How are you allowing someone else to sort of opine on the state of mind? That doesn't.
They can't. They won't. All they're going to do is they're going to say, "Yep, is this the text message you got from Proctor?" Yes. Okay. They can't ask them anything.
So how are you going to do that?
Yeah. Maybe you can ask them what was your state of mind by reading this, your state of mind, but you can't opine to Proctor's state of mind.
So how is that his state of mind? I mean, I get what she's saying, like in an implied way, but this ruling makes no sense on its face. Just saying, like,
well, it just shows you that they don't want to call Proctor for some weird reason, which to me is wild.
Well,
because
I know exactly why they don't want to.
Well, the text, you're thinking that I think it would probably be highly objected to if he was to repeat what Yannetti said to Karen Reed, or Karen Reed said
to. But if it happens to be the same thing that was already played in court, it would be allowed in. Number one, which I don't get it. But number two, I think that a robust cross-examination of Proctor ruins he's the boogeyman theory. And so I know that's exactly why they do not.
They can't call him for the sake of impeachment unless he's a hostile witness, and to get that you usually have to lay a foundation for it. Right. I just think that the issue is that I don't think this is tactically a smart move by the defense. I think it's better you call Proctor and try to impeach him and try to go at him and make him trip him up and put him to read and make him read those texts. Having a third party person who received the text just hold them and say, "Yep, are these yours?" is not going to have the same weight and effect as having Proctor on the stand. But it could work. I don't know. I mean, you never know with the jury. I don't know. It could be that the messages are so terrible that they can't convict this person because they just think the Proctor is so biased, and you just never know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they can actually, because he's not the one on trial. So there's no defending you don't get to defend yourself just because somebody said something about you in a trial. That's not the way it works, unfortunately.
I mean, I just don't understand this. And any Karen Reed person, if you're in the chat, tell me, like, why are they not calling Proctor? Like, I would think that would be a number one person to call.
Yeah, they're not for a very good reason. A very good multiple reasons, really.
Yeah.
I know. I feel like somebody had to have held down Elizabeth Little and did that to her head. I mean, somebody should be arrested for what they did to her hair. I'm just saying. Like, poor Elizabeth Little and her bangs.
Oh shit.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
So good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left our file? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no. All right, thank you very much.
There's a
Mr. Nettie?
multitude of reasons. It would be bad for them.
Jonathan Deiamandis.
That's the first guy we saw the other day. The Proctor friend. That's the first person they're calling. They don't want to call him because he would be on a cross-examination for the Commonwealth, not a direct. And so there are a lot of things that the defense cannot do when they're doing a direct versus a cross-examination. It would be bad.
Okay, so they're starting with the text messages.
Yep.
Okay. So this should be short.
Who doesn't remember them, though? Make it make
Yeah.
sense.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
This
Good
could be
morning, sir. Would you
short.
please state your name and spell your last
sure.
name?
Jonathan Deiamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked NNN for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So three of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see two on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom. Yes, I see three.
So you see
Yeah,
three there.
Yes. Yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes.
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
Correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on NNN for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection. May we vote, please? Sure.
Why would you not allow that? Like, wait a minute. What? Why would you object to that? Why would you object to that? That's something I would think you would want in. Yeah, this is cross. Like, wouldn't you want the jury to know he got fired for it? I guess because that would kill their whole idea that this is a corrupt government and, you know, it's just evil people. You don't want the jury to know the truth, that he was fired for his inappropriate comments, and that once it was revealed, that's what happened. That's very interesting. I think it's going to be allowed, personally. I don't see why it would not be allowed, because that is, you know, that's not like, that's something, I mean, maybe he can object to, I mean, this is a friend of his, so yes, he probably would know his friend was fired, so that's the foundation. And I think that's a fair question to say, yeah. Because wouldn't you be like, where is this guy? Why isn't he here if he were a jury? I'd probably be like that, to be completely honest with you, but I would ask that question both sides. I'd be like, why is the defense not calling him? And why is the prosecution not calling him? Why is everyone avoiding to call this guy? You know what I mean? That's what I would be doing. I'd be like, you know, first I'd be like, why is the prosecution not calling him? And then I would sit there and be like, if they don't call Proctor, I'd be like, why why doesn't the defense call Proctor? That would be me. That would be mine. But yeah, I would look at it as sus a little bit, Jess.
Last question and answer.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page, on the bottom of the page.
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it.
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
What does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses.
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again,
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one,
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
what does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
What it's
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves.
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group.
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment.
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at Sidebar.
Ooh. And that's why they should have had to call Proctor right there.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like he's not going to read, he's going to be forced to read those words. And the thing is that it has a greater force and effect than Proctor. And if you're reading these text messages in context, it doesn't make it sound like a grand conspiracy. It makes it sound like a guy that's just talking about a case that he's on, and he thinks this woman, at first they were like investigating, and then they thought the woman did it. So it's it doesn't help them too much.
No. I think Joan's right. I think this is actually hurt the defense, doesn't really help them.
Yeah, I don't think it was a smart move.
Nope.
They needed to bring Proctor up there to read those.
Yes, they did. I mean, making this guy read his words is already a weird thing to do to begin with, especially when it's
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, they're trying to get one bit, damaging paragraph in. Exactly.
Yeah, he's doing repair work right now.
On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds. And this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 3-8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
I'm uncomfortable
Mr.
for the guy.
Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe.
I mean, I kind of agree with that
That's accurate.
statement.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe.
I don't
Weird
agree with
Fall
that
River
statement.
accent, though.
Nope.
No ass. Those
I
are the
agree with
words
that
he wrote.
statement.
Those are the words.
There's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, "Oh, she's skating."
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 39. These begin in January 29th, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, "Zero chance she skated. She's effed. She's fucked."
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, "No ass bitch." Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, "No ass bitch."
Yes.
I mean, this is something I think a lot of women would say in gossip, to be honest with you. So I don't think it's like,
pretty much. Yeah.
yeah, I've heard worse.
You can turn
in
to
Discord
page
with
that ends
women.
in 4-3.
You know, in some predominantly women groups, and this is I hear a lot worse than this.
You ready?
Yes.
100% with guys.
Somebody
Yeah.
in the group says, "Is that chick a smoke?" And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, EH,
Yes.
nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot,
Yes.
leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, "What are you guzzling on?" And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the
Oh,
page.
yes. Yes. Beginning of page.
So
Yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, "What are you guzzling on?"
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
These doesn't sound like conspiracies to me, like highlighting.
And then if you can
conspiracy.
turn to page that ends
No.
on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022.
Exactly, Joy.
152:24. Mr. Proctor says, "Nothing, writing a warrant."
That's accurate.
Okay.
There are no further text messages?
Yeah, this is
From
this
Mr.
is a
Proctor?
no burger.
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor?
No.
Why call him? This
But you're
makes no
still friends
sense.
with him?
I am.
Yeah, this is the type of shit you hear in a locker room. This is not like
In your
planning
conversation
conspiracy
with
theories.
Mr. Proctor, has he
Conversation,
ever
though.
suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
Absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And Yenne's going to redirect, and he's going to
Yep.
basically highlight the terrible and the things that were said.
Yep. Right. She was not a nice person. She left a man to die. What else do you think of her?
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
Strike the record.
I
Strike.
have no memory one way or
Comment.
the other.
He wasn't a part of it. Right? You should hear the barracks, the police barracks.
At the
Yeah.
time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were
High
Ms.
school
Reed's
friends.
medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know
Objection.
anything about this case at all.
This is irrelevant. He
Yeah,
was just
Michael
trying to
Proctor was the one revealing those
Promotion.
details about the case to you and
Yeah.
anybody on the chat.
Which
who
is why
tried
he
to
was
read,
fired.
Correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired. And I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not
No.
aware of that.
Objection.
That's not true. That's not true.
Were you aware
It was
that
the
he was
appearance.
fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and
That's
a lead
it.
investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, so he's basically making statements.
I have
Okay.
no further
Yeah,
questions.
he's making
Yeah.
statement, which is objection. That would
Yeah.
be
This should have been done by Proctor. I don't think this was a good idea to bring.
You're not
This
aware
should-
that he was fired for conduct
this-
unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them
Thanks.
right with Madam Court
Shocker.
Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you.
Let's get real here.
I mean, like there was a lot more impactful when Proctor was reading them.
All right.
and
So
this did not
I've told
go
you
well.
folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. And I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind. And more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigation.
Appearance of bias, not for bias.
All right.
Appearance.
Is there another witness this morning? Okay.
Who? Kelly Dever.
Oh, you think it's gonna be the person that called in? That's kind of
It's
weird.
Kelly
He's kinda-
Dever. She's
But what can
an
she?
attorney with her. I don't know.
What can she? Yeah, what can she basically say that is like gonna help the defense if she's just a dispatcher?
No idea. I don't think anything really. Exactly, but for the Fed going through his personal messages. And if I was him, I'd be suing them, just FYI.
I don't think he would have a case, unfortunately.
I think he does, just because of some of the things I know on the.
I think this one's gonna be short too. I think this one's gonna probably be like 45 minutes
Good morning.
max.
She's got an attorney with her.
Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors?
Why
Oh,
does
it's
he
gonna be an
have?
hour and a
Kelly
half.
Dever, last
Dude,
name
damn it.
Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
presently?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed
Canton-
there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer it.
I thought that was the end of the question.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
So she had nothing to do with
That was
anything.
a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report?
I don't know.
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
We know where Proctor lives. That's not true. We know where he lives. He hasn't moved.
Bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift. So yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes. So I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place.
No,
So I was
actually.
already at the station.
Did
It's
you know
not.
whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the name.
case, yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Obviously not.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know, Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes,
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
he had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
She doesn't even know why she's
Not for
there. I
us.
can- By
Was he a
her
sworn
attitude.
federal agent?
Yes,
Worked for ATF?
yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian
Right.
Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was?
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes,
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes,
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
This is what this is about, Chief Berkowitz. Like,
Sergeant
I
Wood
don't
instructed
even know why
you to
she's
take over
there.
dispatch. Explain what that meant.
I meant I walked inside and I sat down in the dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes,
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security
Witness
camera
doesn't
footage?
even know, Anna.
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
She doesn't remember where they were showing,
The
obviously.
specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since I've.
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
Let her answer.
And then ask that question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory
So,
where they are.
so has the media informed you that there were internal
You don't listen to what the media
monitors at the dispatch location?
objection.
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
She can't,
What do you recall from the dispatch? Room?
right?
What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
Poor girl doesn't even know why she's there. She's like, this is effing stupid. I have no idea why I'm here. She didn't see anything. She wasn't a part of anything. Like, she was literally in a room doing this.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct?
You keep saying that.
Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
You keep saying that.
Had you ever been in
He's-
Sallyport? at
Oh
Canton
my
PD?
God.
Yes.
What's the Sallyport?
A Sallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sallyport garage had a
This is a fishing
Camera?
expedition. The
Security
judge's
camera?
allowing.
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sallyport garage?
She doesn't know.
Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there
She
cameras?
doesn't remember.
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to
can't-
strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent.
Your own memory, not what the media told you.
And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally port.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
Wow.
You've never
No.
talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems talked to me since prior to the first trial.
She has no
So
idea.
I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever as you sit here?
No.
Are you being called to the stand?
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree.
She's not comfortable being there for a reason she
In
doesn't
the
know.
crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just.
Sure.
This is ridiculous. She doesn't even know why she's there, folks. This is number 2 on the sidebars, by the way. I don't think I have time to play it. I think this is going to be really quick, so I'm not going to play the thing until I know it's going to be a sidebar. It's going to be long enough, because otherwise I'm going to have to bring it back. She absolutely has no idea why she's there. Like, so she took a call. She's never going to remember that she took a phone call near the Sallyport doors. Like, this, I mean, the poor lady doesn't even know why the hell she's there. She doesn't remember something from 2.5 years ago. All she did is go and do dispatch. Like, right? He's harassing his own witness, bro. Like, come on. And yeah, he's making comments too. And that's another thing that the judge has not harped on, that I've seen a lot of other judges harp on, which is you're testifying for the witness. You're literally testifying for the witness. You're not asking questions. You're making statements. They're not, again, that's where the judge is supposed to step in and say, no statements, just ask the question. Like, oh yeah, he'll definitely call this riveting. This is so, you can tell she's like, what the hell am I here for? I have no idea, B-Tam, and I don't think she does either. No idea what she's there for. She had no reason to be there. Like, so because she took a phone call in the Sallyport doorway, is that the reason? Like, what does that have anything? And exactly, neither does the jury. Alicia's right. Like, what the hell? Like, do me a favor, guys. This is going to be a long freaking day. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you can. Donate to the channel if you can. It's very helpful. We are just a little channel trying to sort of grow our community, which we love so much. We have options like PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. We do have super chats, super stickers, and memberships, and we always appreciate any help, including just hitting the like button. That always helps too. I don't think she seems nervous. I think she seems annoyed that she doesn't know what she's there for, and she's literally wasting an entire day being, it might be the third one. I might be right. I might be wrong, Casey. It could be the third one. This is just absurd. Like, see you around lunch, Jesse. She's supposed to remember that. Like, not for nothing, but she was doing something like, you know, nefarious. Like, that would be something she clearly remembers. She clearly has no idea why she's there. Yeah, I'm sure that is what's being said. But, I mean, the poor girl clearly is annoyed because she has no idea why she's there. She has no connection to this case at all. At all. Like, it's so insane to me. Like, say 18 day, I know, right? With the defense. Yep, she was there Friday, so it's a second. It could be the third one. I definitely could be wrong. That's the other thing. By now I would have seen another judge step in and say, like, tone your tone down. Like, take that tone down. It's your witness. Like, I don't think anyone knows the point, including the poor witness. I mean, it's seems like it's a better witness for the prosecution. Oh yeah, I was probably getting my coffee. So yeah, okay. So then it's 3. My bad. See, yeah, I got up to go get my coffee. Right? His charm. And that's kind of what she's just caught in the sidelines just by existing, basically. You know, this is definitely desperate. And I think you're right on this, JMS. Like I've been saying for a long time, this shows like more of a personal than a client relationship with his emotions. Like, well, she is signaling to the jury that it's all BS. You know what I mean? Oh, also, I got one donation from Sunken Grave for $20. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. That's the first one of the day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all right. We appreciate when you do pop in, B. Tim. You're always welcome to just pop in whenever you want.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Thanks, Grave. Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. It was a little bit clunky on my part.
On purpose.
One of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption. Yeah. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
That clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
She's trying to think, like, she can't go by what the media, like, so it's hard to differentiate what you saw in the media or remember from the media and what you remember from your own memory at that point. Mine was 11. People are guessing higher numbers.
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
The fan.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct? I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me ask you a
first,
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers?
Oh God, here we go.
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory. It was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you
Oh my
advised
God.
that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure.
My
Did they advise
God.
you anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
Oh my
When you have
God.
intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
So bad for the defense. That
Did you
was
tell
so
these law
bad.
enforcement officers that you in fact saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
That's why she doesn't like him. That's why she's mad, because he threatened her with perjury to force her to lie on the stand for his client. That is not going
Did
to
you
go
indicate
well.
that you did?
Right. Where's the conspiracy now? Mhm.
Let me have just
They're
a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
backfiring very big time on him. He's flustered now after she said that.
You and I spoke.
Here we go.
along with
Open again. Go
Ms.
ahead,
Giannetti
dumbass.
and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Oh, yes, he can, Leon. He can ask him. Yep,
Did
and
you
he's
have any
going.
conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
She's
Not
allowed.
about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
That's what you're implying. Stop it.
I had a conversation, but It was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to
Henry?
Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
No, she's not fired.
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual for would you call
Bingo.
yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally?
No.
To discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry class in the Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
How is she supposed to know that? Right.
Colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General
You're
counsel
badgering
of the Boston Police Department?
your
No, it's
own
just
way.
me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next.
I love you, Grave.
Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at Sidebars.
Yeah, you can't talk about what she talked about with her lawyer. So once again, and it's protocol for them, for their safety as officers, to bring counsel from their, again, union and all that. So general counsel to go with them to make sure that they're not being threatened or anything else of that nature. That's not unusual by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's exactly shameful for him to keep bringing up Chief Berkowitz, because they didn't do that in the first trial because Chief Berkowitz was still alive. You wait for the man to die so he can't defend himself, and then you invoke his name over and over and over. Yeah, this is number 4. I just don't think these sidebars are long enough to I'll try to play the thing real quick, but I don't think they haven't been long enough. I'm going to have to pull it back if they come back. So just hang in there with me, will you? What he's implying, it's not that he's saying that she's in trouble. What he's trying to imply is another conspiracy, that she went to BPD to the commissioner's office, and they offered her this attorney right there on the spot to make sure she was protected, so that she didn't have to say she saw them in the basically he's saying like they gave you a lawyer, so you didn't have to say it on the stand that you thought they were in there. Clearly what happened was when Jackson, Yannetti, and Little had that phone call with her, they pressured her, said, we'll charge you with perjury if you don't say this, this, and this. That's very clear. That's what happened. Then media, like the picture, the videos or whatever came out, and they gave her a false narrative, which then in turn creates a false memory. That's what happens. That's why eyewitnesses, we find that like more than 50% of eyewitnesses are not reliable, because if you suggest something to them that they saw, they will now have that as a memory. Eyewitnesses are actually the least like solid evidence you want to use, because it can be recanted. You can give them false memories. That's why there's certain things you can't do in interrogations. Like, I mean, shit definitely hit the fan. Jackson stepped in it hard, bro, by bringing her on. There was no reason for him to bring her here. She has nothing to do with anything. He did it to try to help Karen with his emotion. And in doing that, he just showed the jury that he is willing to threaten people with perjury if they don't lie for him on the stand. That was a huge statement she made. And for the jury, that's an officer. She's an officer. So the officer just told the jury that Jackson was willing to do all sorts of shady shit to get his client off. Now, everything he says after may not be believable by the jury. They don't know who else he's threatened. He stepped in it hard, like hard. And now Hank's going to redirect that. Yes, they do bring counsel. It is offered to them because they are in a union, and therefore they're allowed to have that representation. It's standard. There's nothing crazy about it. There's nothing not normal about it. Like, absolute insanity. There's 374 of you here. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Donate to the channel if you can. Of course, Karen interrupting things. We have a multitude of ways to donate to the channel. We have super chats, super stickers, memberships, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and a link for those of you who want to use credit or debit.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office.
It's a huge thing.
I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
What?
That's a direct quote. So I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us.
He's making it up. He wants you to say yes. That's the point.
Did you tell the defense,
like, come on,
that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever. And
that's my mistake. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the other.
What his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And?
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
And his words were, do the right thing, right?
Don't remember what his words were.
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Probably a lot.
2 dozen, 3 dozen.
Somewhere.
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office?
Oh my God.
Testimony in any of those cases?
This is a different scenario, bro.
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
it actually is, Ms. Dever.
No, it's not.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases,
That's not, you just said it was yes or no.
not including this one,
So he just lied right in front of the jury like a
Mr. Michael
dumbass.
Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony.
no.
Thank you.
She's letting him just make an ass out of himself. Hey, cool, whatever.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Oh, here we go. A huge mess.
Good
Huge
morning.
mess.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
I've been in there.
That night, do you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for over or about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton Police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Court area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Court area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
Oh, shit.
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Objection.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you. But
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Oh,
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious.
defense makes another boo.
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably.
Yeah, exactly. Why I don't believe
Private
that
defense,
Harry doesn't see it.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
you mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Jackson, definitely.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
Oh,
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raised their voices. And the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
they can't
wanted me
charge
to
him.
say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
Such a good present.
Time for you to
Coming up.
with perjury.
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the context.
Ouch.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was, your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
This is so bad for the defense.
Yes,
They may not believe any witness from the defense going forward.
Talk to anybody about reading or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
no, and
Jackson.
this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever
Conspiracy
try to
theory.
suggest you
Yes.
say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes,
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
Why?
Transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
no,
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
no,
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
no,
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
no,
This is so bad.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shoot your testimony?
not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he
Dirty.
tell you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No,
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
That's why he
Not
wanted
on
their
a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Exactly, Joy. This is not going to go forward for their other witnesses. It's going to be bad. This is exactly what karma looks like. Insta karma, bitches. Insta karma. You can't threaten a fucking witness, bro. That means that the jury may not believe anything going forward the defendant says.
Yes.
Because they don't know who's been threatened. They don't know who's been threatened. Is this a sidebar? Oh, another sidebar, folks. Yeah, they know this went real bad for them. Huge backfire. Good job, Karen. Good job running that shit show. Look at Paul. He's got that nice little smirk like you're a fucking idiot. That's right, Paul. You keep that smirk, my friend.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever
Right,
seen
Karen.
a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
They can.
So you can
Report
seek
it.
out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever
Yep.
seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Yeah. Stop it.
Personally, no.
Right.
So what? That means you're not
Fact
going
of the matter
to.
is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they
Yes,
did.
they-
Yes,
That's it.
because
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone
They don't give you those.
Jeremy defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no.
No.
I agree, Truckee. I think they did the same thing. They did this to everyone.
Your
Trying to-
job as a police officer is to
Huge gift from John O'Keefe. Huge gift. Thanks,
be
John.
objective, isn't it?
We got your back, my friend.
Yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Not, yeah.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
They
You
should
feel like
just
you're
shop.
being unbiased?
There's no question.
Here today in front of these jurors?
I'm
Dumbasses.
telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
Yeah.
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk
Yep.
about that truth for a second.
Objection.
What you
Objection.
told those law enforcement agents
This is a
on
redirect.
August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the
Never mind.
station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also
Wasn't
weird
there.
that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department by themselves while Karen
Couldn't have
Reed's
been.
car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sally Port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
Yep. Yep.
Beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the
Yeah,
statement, Your Honor.
That's
Do you
way
remember
beyond.
making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that. So yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right.
Yep.
So you have to
can't read what
ask
you said.
differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
You can't read her stuff, number one, you idiot. This is way outside of the scope of a redirect. So the judge should have already shut up this entire thing. And Jackson asking more questions because he knows he's losing was a bad, once again, an emotional decision, not a strategic one. He should have ended his questioning and moved on, because now the witness is able to hammer in that she contacted the FBI about that threat. And yes, anybody, including myself, can go to the courthouse and ask for charges to be filed on someone for a criminal complaint. Not just the DA, not the police, me, myself. I can literally go in and ask the court to charge someone. So absolutely, the defense can do the same thing, and that is what they implied. And don't get it twisted. They have implied that on the stand to other people as well. Like, well, you know, you're under oath, right? And lying could be for perjury. So make no mistake about it. They threatened that woman, okay? And it's very clear that they did. There's no way out of that for them. By saying, oh, we didn't do that, isn't going to do it. You have an officer on the stand. It's proven she couldn't have possibly have seen them in Sally Port with Karen's car because she left. Her shift ended over an hour and some change before that car ever arrived in the Sally Port. He's trying to impeach his own witness because he made a bad mistake. Bad mistake. Once again, he's running with emotion and not what makes sense when you are a defense counsel. This was a bad witness to call. Why you would call her, I don't know what you would be thinking. Are you trying to do an effective counsel? Like so badly that Karen has the right to appeal on something? Does she know she's going to go to jail in the meantime? Doesn't seem to me that she understands the gravity of this situation. Like, she nods when she thinks she's right. So by him saying, like, have you ever seen defense counsel charge someone? Like, what he didn't say, and of course I'm sure Hank will on a recross, is anybody can go to the courthouse and ask that the court file charges on someone with a criminal complaint. Anyone, including you, me, anyone. Okay, anyone. If you don't think the cops are going to bring the charge, or the DA, you don't think they're taking you seriously, you have the right to bring it into the court yourself. Okay, so him trying to say like, oh, exactly, nobody's ever done it, like, doesn't mean you didn't threaten it there, bub. And she was very clear. Yeah, you did. Like, yeah, you did, though. Like, you freaking did. Yeah, that's the problem, is they walk Hank too. He was doing it earlier. I'm like, go back to the microphone, Hank. Jesus Christ. I mean, they probably were, but they're attorneys. They have a duty. Like, you guys are in big trouble. Like, good for her. Yeah, number 6, by the way, guys. I didn't know how long it was going to be, so I didn't play the thing. But it is number 6 already.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and
dirty.
Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote.
Could have been that
Did you say
time.
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of...
Exactly. And wrote Russell's report.
By the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
Come on,
Remember our
bro.
phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that
Oh,
I
we
just
did.
read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not my
Yes.
question.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah,
My question
objection.
is, just answer my question, Officer D.
She is.
Did we read to you?
It's not a question.
The exact same thing that
Correct,
I
sir.
just read to you on that phone call.
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is a little
comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no,
ask
no
you-
comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
No.
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of,
Sorry.
I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call.
No.
Oh, I
don't
know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Oh my God.
Do you think it's important for police officers to
No.
protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's two questions in one. Yeah, you
Have
can't
spoken
unring
with-
it.
Not Mr. Brennan.
This is a redirect.
From the district attorney's office
So,
about your involvement in this case. Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
what?
Not to my
Indirectly?
knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
It's outside the scope of a redirect.
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift now.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer. You don't know what sequestration means?
No.
In terms
No,
of
she's a cop, not a
No.
lawyer.
not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
She just
But you
became a
did
witness.
tune
I'm a
in
witness.
to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in
Everything.
fact, on
On the
August
internet.
9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Way
Yes.
outside the scope of anything on a redirect. Way outside.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
You done now?
That's all I have.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Hank, cool. Fix that real quick and then done. Yeah, it's the conspiracy of you know someone who knows someone, so you must be in on
Were you
it, right?
subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
Nope.
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Correct.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No. And I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
He brought it in.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
Do you understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth? Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
No, allow it.
Yeah, what the hell?
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened?
No,
Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
yes,
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to say
Lie.
what you had earlier thought was true?
Yep.
You want to allow that?
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course,
So why did you come in here?
my entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your
Oh,
entire
God.
job.
Career. I knew he was going to say that.
Around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes,
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If
No.
you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
What?
So
Implicating?
I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agree with me.
Not implicating
You
it
have not agreed.
by saying that we're in there.
You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port weirdly for a
Like,
wildly long time.
She was
with the
gone.
SUV,
She couldn't have seen that.
implicating not one, but two fellow officers.
Could have been
Correct?
proven she was
That's what you
lying.
would be doing.
it's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
No.
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's
Which
what
is
you said,
true.
correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You
Yeah,
just
'cause it's
said, all I'm
not-
asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just
Objection.
said, my entire job revolves around what
Around
I say
the truth.
on the witness stand,
The truth.
correct?
The truth.
Yes to that question.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Hank.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal. did you?
Wrong.
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything
Oh, yeah.
touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you're awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess. 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Of
Close
course.
your notebooks and follow me.
I believe maybe he will be after this. I struggle to understand how the defense team at this point. I don't know, dude. This they didn't do this in the first trial, Joy, and I also am not understanding this whole allowing them to do BS because they also, as Judge Cannoni often does, let Jackson completely go out of the scope of his redirect, way outside the scope of that redirect. So I also failed to understand how Jackson thought that was going to help him. In no way did doing a redirect or a redirect or a redirect help him in any way. In any way. Not even a little bit. So I just don't understand how he thought this was going to help him. This blew up in his face. Like, I know, right? Well, you'd have to send them to like BPD as a whole, you know. Also, the BPD is extremely big. You have to know like which one. You know, that's the thing is the mob's now going to go after her for daring to correct her memory, because what happened was the defense basically put out this thing of, oh, she could have seen something. So she talks to them and says like, you know, okay, maybe I saw Chief Berkowitz and Higgins in the Sally Port. Maybe she did at some other day, some other time. But it couldn't have been this day because Karen's car didn't get to Sally Port until around 5:30 p.m. Kelly Dever was gone at 3:45. She had been gone and left over an hour and a half before Karen's car ever arrives in the Sally Port. So could she have seen them in the Sally Port earlier in the day? Sure, but without Karen's car. Without Karen's car there. So they could have been in the Sally Port for a long time talking, but not when Karen's car was there. You know, she definitely was getting pissed. I mean, here's the thing. You just had an officer get on the stand and point the finger at the defense and say, they threatened me to lie. And then when I told them that I recollected with the timeline that there's no way I could have seen that with Miss Reed's Lexus in the Sally Port, that maybe it was before, maybe it was a day, days after or a day before, like a different shift, but it couldn't have been that day because I was gone at 3:45. Her car didn't come in until 5:30. And then she repeats, like, I called the defense to let them know, like, that couldn't have been true. And they were pissed. They still wanted her to say that she saw them in there. Why? Because that helps their case. So they threaten her. And then she then in turn calls the FBI. She calls the FBI and says, this is what the defense threatened me into trying to say when it couldn't have been possible. The BBO has to investigate them before all this happened. Just remember that. Candor to the court in Massachusetts, if you don't have candor to the court, that's an automatic, like, they have to investigate that. Even if Judge Cannoni never, like, sent in a report to them, they still have to be investigated for just that. We're way past that in this trial. We are friggin' far beyond just doing a little bit shady. We are way beyond that, okay? Now, every friggin' witness that gets up, if I'm Hank, I'm asking if you were threatened. This is why Hank asked for their written, like their communications, for Hank to have them written by the defense. This is exactly why. I knew he had to have known something, because why else would he ask for those communications to be written down? Kelly Dever, yesterday when she was there, if he asked for communications between her, the Commonwealth asked for the communications between her and the defense, probably also asked Kelly Dever to write it down. And so if it didn't match up, this is probably how. And the fact that she just, that was a bomb drop. Like, yeah, 8 minutes late and 4 minutes early for the break. That's what she does, you know? Like, oh yeah, absolutely. Big trouble, Michael. Big trouble. But make no mistake, if he felt comfortable threatening a BPD officer, a former Canton officer, you think he had trouble threatening anyone else, including someone like Lucky Loughran? Come on. Now, every witness that gets up there, the jury has to wonder, were they threatened into saying this? And they're just not telling us. Did the defense do something else shady with any of these witnesses? For the defense, this was bad. So very, very bad for the defense. Make no mistake. Oh, she was the key to everything an hour ago for them because they thought that she was going to give them something. Now she's a lying, conspiring, you know what, because she told on them in court, in front of a jury. Like, that is so extremely bad for them. Like, why call her? Like, once again, they step in it. Why call Kelly Dever? You didn't call her in the first trial. You knew she's friends with Levinson, so it's funny they bring that up. Why didn't you call her in the first trial? Why didn't you call her in the first trial? Because they knew that it was untrue, so they didn't call her, but now they're very desperate. And let's be clear here, Lucky Loughran and Dr. Russell are there.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Paranoid Trial.
Today might be a giant exploit of just really bad for the defense. He has no limit. And it's like, unfortunately, a lot of us have to sit here and watch what this is, and it's disgusting. Okay. Like, some of us, you know, like Chris Albert, like I am friendly with Chris Albert, and I don't appreciate these people going down to his, pizza place every Sunday, saying they're going to be there every Sunday till he resigns. Newsflash, he's not resigning just because you people stand outside. And I really would appreciate it if any of you guys who would be around on a Sunday would come down with me and show our support for them, because it's unacceptable behavior. These people do not realize they have been lied to. Wasn't it, Francesca? Absolutely lied to. Yeah, the defense is trying to make me lie for them. Now, how many other people are going to say that? These lawyers will be, no wonder Yannetti looks so uncomfortable. No wonder he looks so uncomfortable. I think he knows his license is as good as suspended for at least a year. Oh God, listen, Joy, we know what they're going to say, Joy. They're going to say, oh, he just brought out that she was friends with Sarah Levinson, which, by the way, they knew the entirety of the time, even when they wanted to get her on the stand and make her lie, they knew she was friends with Sarah Levinson. So that's the funny part. Like, exactly. Well, they are bots. We know that at this point. They won't say anything else. They refuse to say anything else. This was very bad. Very bad for the defense. Very bad. Oh, absolutely, Alicia, because you can't threaten someone. You cannot. You cannot. Yeah, she had her attorney there every day, not Friday, today. The defense is ruined with this witness, crashed and burned today, then imploded, then buried themselves. I've never seen anything like this either. Ever. This is just insane to me. This is freaking nuts. That squirrel on his face, you mean? Yeah, and that's the other thing is this poor lady now is going to be harassed into oblivion by the cult because she dared tell on them, you know? Oh, I have no doubt that there will be serious consequences for this defense team. They have went over the line ×5, you know? Like, what did they do to poor Lucky? You threatened an officer. What did you do to poor Lucky? If you're that comfortable threatening an officer, someone like Lucky would be easy, you know? I've seen better lawyering from mock trials. When I first started college for medical coding, I was going to do medical coding. We actually had to do mock trials as well for the legal aspect of it. And I saw better mock trials there than what I just saw lawyering coming from Jackson. The fact that once that happened, he should have stopped asking questions. It would have been better for him to just stop asking questions of that witness, let Hank have at it, and like move on. And he was stupid enough to redirect and then redirect, like to the point where she was able to then say, like, I called the FBI on your ass. Like, bro, good lawyering would have been known to like, that was bad for us. We got to stop. We can't ask any more questions as witness. We got to move on. We have to move on and make it less impactful by just moving on. They doubled down, which makes it worse. Like, oh yeah, now Hank can pretty much ask them all if they were threatened with perjury or anything else for that matter. So, you know, she has an obligation to report them to the bar. I do think she'll have a few choice words for these attorneys when this trial is over. And also the BBO is going to look into it anyway. It's automatic when you don't have candor to the court. So they should have actually self-reported. Not that they're going to self-report themselves, but I think the BBO is very well aware of what's going on here. You know, it is very, very bad for them. Very bad. Like, they don't care. They didn't care. It was a win at any cost. You know, Karen clearly, you know, overpaid them, paid them under whatever she had to do to get them to do what she wanted. I believe Jackson has a personal relationship with her far beyond just client, in my opinion. Exactly. She did put it perfectly. She has to tell the truth or she'll lose her job. That's why she can't sit there and lie for you people. Because it would be easily proven with video, hey, officer, you walked out the door at 3:45. There you are, going to your car and leaving. Karen's car doesn't show up for another almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. So how could you have possibly seen them in there with Karen's Lexus in the Sallyport if you already left and you don't come back and car's not there yet? That right there would have been lying. Oh, he did he? Well, he can admit something. Amazing. The lawyer no tweet out this was a disastrous defense witness for the defense and the free Karen reader all hoping in the replies about how great it is. How great it is for the defense? Oh, they're dumb. We do need to go to D&E. Absolutely. Like, you know, this is bad. This is so bad. That's apparently what he said. I just read it. That's what, yeah, the jury's exactly going Sarah who, because she didn't testify in this trial. You know what I mean? You know, now it makes you wonder the things that he's done in other cases. If he's that comfortable doing it in this case, make no mistake, Joan, you're right. It's like a mobster. He's probably been comfortable to do this for a long time. You know, I mean, I'm sure that Karen has something to do with pushing them to do certain things, but they make their own choices as attorneys on what is ethical and legal and what is not. You know, the face girl probably has third-hand embarrassment or maybe even seventh-hand embarrassment at this point. And the free Karen Reed loonies are already after her because she did the right thing. Reality is she could not have seen anything because she wasn't there. That's the reality. There's video of her leaving. That's what she was shown, is she was shown the video of her leaving at 3:45. So she couldn't have seen them in the Sally Port when Karen's car was there. Could she have seen them going into the Sally Port before Karen's car was there? Sure. Could she have seen a different day? Sure. But not that day. Not when Karen's car was there. Like, she, you know what I mean? Like, no wonder why she had no idea why she was there. She's like, what could I possibly say that's going to, and the defense subpoenaed them. So like, that to her is saying, we're still calling you. We still want you to lie. That's what it would tell me. If I've already called you and said, hey, that memory that I had couldn't have been right because here's the video of me leaving and I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And so I can only testify to what the truth is. And with this video clearly shows that I couldn't have been right. Like, so sorry, not sorry. And they say, here's a subpoena later on, and they subpoena you in your mind, that's them telling you, we still want you to lie. We still want you to say what's going to help us. And you better, because we've already threatened you with perjury. It only needs to be said once. Doesn't need to be repeated, you know? Yeah, it completely negated everything that they attempted to do with Proctor's text now as well. You just tried to make Proctor the boogeyman with having a friend of his read the texts. Then you bring this lady up. That just completely, now the jury forgets about those texts completely. This is what they're going to remember from today. Those texts mean nothing now. Nothing. If they wanted them to be this important, they're now this important. Like, you know, I mean, for once in his life, he was honest. Amazing. For once in his life, you know, supports, yeah, perjury. And they've already done, you know, they have already lied with candor to the court. Like it's and other things that are yet to be. So it's like, this is bad. Very, very bad. Like, no, Lucky would not have been allowed to see this officer testify. He would have been waiting out in the hall. The witnesses that are going to testify don't get to wait in the room or watch any of what's happening. They have to wait in the hall or in another room. So the answer is no, he wouldn't have seen that. Right. Oh, you know, if I was him, I would have started backing up a while ago in reverse. Don't get Karen Reeded, lawyer, you know. Just saying, like, I mean, they've been reported. Make no mistake about it. They've been reported. They've been reported to the BBO. Anybody can make a report to the BBO about attorneys. And they've been reported. Yeah, they can ask that question to other witnesses. You know, yeah, nothing will happen until this case is over. So let's make that clear. They're not going to come in and arrest these attorneys right now, and nothing's going to happen until the case is over. Like, they're doubling down. Wow, that's really sad. I mean, hey, bring on Lucky and Dr. Russell, and this will just be a perfect day. Bring them on, people. Bring them on. Bring them on. Like, Rose McGowan. I actually like her in Charmed. It's one of my favorite shows when I was younger. Yeah, any type of trial. That's a big fat no-no as an attorney. Big fat no-no. Like, I mean, yeah, she was definitely salty. I'd be pissed too. You dragged me in here to try to force me to lie? I don't even know why I'm here, because all I can say is not going to help you. So, I mean, they're going to keep saying what's Sorry, guys, I had a little bit of buffering going on. I apologize. I apologize for the buffering. Exactly. What text? That's what they're going to be talking about. They're already forgotten. Yeah, threatened, and I called the FBI. That's what they're going to remember. Like, I fully believe Lucky, he was bullied by this turtle. We know that. This is a whole nother level of bad. This is like, we're out of stage 5 clinger status, dude. This is like stage 10 red alert, like a Hiroshima bomb just dropped on the defense. That's what just happened. Like, that was bad. That was so bad. Like, they may want to put on their masks like Chernobyl because they are stepping into some serious, like, damaged territory. Yeah, if Lucky had seen this, I'd be skedaddled right on out. Like, nope. It's BBO. So it's not VBO, it's BBO. So 2 B's. It is the regulatory board for licenses of attorneys, basically, is the best way to sort of put it. But I'm pretty sure Lucky was threatened as well. Yeah, though, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure, like, we already know he was by the sewer turtle publicly twice. Oh my God, can you imagine that conversation? Oh my God, she must be losing her ever-loving mind, and so is Smithers and Burnsy. Mr. Burns and Smithers might be having resting duck face for the rest of the trial. That's how pissed off. WCVB is reporting, as I leave the court, I notice the defense attorney seated on a bench with his hand on the shoulder of Dr. Marie Russell. Bring it the F on, dude. Bring it on, y'all. Everybody get out their popcorn. If Dr. Russell is next, whoo! It's either Russell or Lucky. It's one or the other. Like, let's do it. Let's do it. This is pretty bad. I've never seen anything like this, of course. Like, he did. He made it worse by being like, nobody actually ever. We knew he was going to try to do that, to try to save himself. To be like, nobody actually threatened you, did they? Like, nobody else is going to be dumb enough to do that. And she's like, yeah, absolutely, I was, 100%. Like, and then she answered, yeah, I was. I went to the FBI about it. Like, it's like so bad for you, bro. So freaking bad. No, it's not that the feds may be watching. The feds are watching. Make no mistake about that. They aren't watching Hank. They are watching Karen's camp in the defense, and they have been for a little bit now. Let's just say since Leah took over and Josh Levy was ousted, they took a second look at what happened here and realized, hold on a second. Hold the hell on. That was just a brilliant, like, she was like, oh yeah, it did. And I called the FBI. Talked to the legal department as well. I mean, my butt would be puckering if I was Karen right now. Like, my butt would be puckering. I would be very worried. If I wasn't already worried, which I would have been if I was her, I'd be really worried now. Like, this topped that like times 10, Alicia. Like, dude, getting caught with your pants down and tripping over said pants and face planting is what just happened. Like, that is what just happened. It wasn't even like, hey, you just got pantsed in the courtroom. This was like, and you tried to walk away, and you tripped over them, and you face planted in the courtroom. Like, like, I mean, come on. Like, oh, she did. That's the sad part, is you could see she was like shaking her head, like, yeah. Like, thought that like something was, I was like, well, you are so deluded. Dr. Russell, maybe they gave her meatball sub. Maybe she's good to go. She had that meatball sub. Like, she had it. Oh, they'll try. They'll attempt to. They all will. They all will. Yeah, she might have terrified duck face. It could be. Resting duck face is a thing, y'all. It's a thing that runs in the Reed family. It's, just looks like this. On Nathan Reed, it looks like this. On Burnsy, it more looks like this. And with Karen, it, they all have a different way of holding their head and whatnot. If I was him, I would have begged for a plea deal a long time ago. I would have begged for a plea deal a long time ago. His hope is that they will give him no jail time. There's about 0% chance that happens. But he should take whatever they'll give him, if they give him anything. And he should roll on every single person that he can roll on to get as much time taken off as he can. I bet the zebra did laugh. I bet the zebra did laugh. That backfired ever so wonderfully. Like, me too, Michelle. Me freaking too. I'd be defiant too, because if you tried to drag me in there to lie, then good. I'm going to look to mine and I'm going to make sure that I tell the truth, because you are not going to bully me. You tried to bully an officer, dude. Like, how actually stupid do you have to be? Both of those witnesses were not good for them. I don't know what they're thinking. Like, I only have to wonder if it's on purpose. Do you know that you're going to lose no matter what? So do you at this point just kind of throw the trial so that they can claim it's ineffective counsel and get around like signing an ineffective? Like, is there certain things you could still like? So is that the play? Like, what's the play here? Like, I think they might do Lucky first, because as we know, like, Lucky's been there for a couple of days. Dr. Russell just showed up. So I would guess it would be Lucky first, but they could have reworked it, you know, one way or another. I don't think Hank will take a long time on Lucky. It'll be easy to show that he's changed his story like 4 or 5 times and that he couldn't have possibly seen a body when he didn't even see a basketball hoop, you know? And using Lucky right after this witness, if they do that, they are so stupid as the defense. But hey, do it, because it'll just show the jury, like, this guy could have probably been easily threatened and manipulated, and he's changed his story numerous times, which kind of tells us that he probably was. Like, it's more reasonable than not. Like, that's exactly right. And that's what happens when you're a narcissist, Francesca. People like that act like that, and it's not just her. Sue Turtle does that exact same thing. And why? When you don't like something someone says, you don't have to try to destroy them online because you don't agree with them. A lot of us aren't going to agree on everything in life. That's not how it works. I'm sure that, you know, you don't agree with all your friends on politics or religion or, you know, what your favorite color is, but that doesn't mean that you're not friends, right? Like, because we're adults, not children. Like, oh, I think both will be convicted. I agree with you that the judges have been way too lenient, in my opinion, but make no mistake when I say there is overwhelming evidence against them both, and I don't think any jury could not hold them accountable in some way, shape, or form, you know? Vinny, I don't watch Vinny. I find him to be disingenuous, so I refuse to give the click or the view to him. The only person on court TV I will watch is Julie Grant. And obviously you guys know why I will watch Julie Graham. She's the only one fighting for any of the people in this case, and she's the only one who's got any goddamn integrity. We love you, Julie. Keep it up. Well, that's the thing, right? Well, they did kind of want to slink away. That's what Mr. Josh Levy tried to do. But once he was ousted and Leah Foley was put in, it wasn't up to him anymore. And she was disgusted. I will tell you this as 1,000% fact. She literally said she was disgusted by what had happened. Now, what does that tell you? Because I know what it tells me. Uh-oh, something's happening. We might be coming back. Do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button. There's 437 of you. A lot of you on X. If you're on X, come join our chat on YouTube. I think you guys would enjoy it. But please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We only survive on donations from our viewers. So we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link for those who want to use credit or debit. And we also have our monetization back. So we have super chats and super stickers and memberships. Become a member. We have that. Hank has always been impressive. Like, you know, you would think so, Michael, because I mean, my predictions are not wrong when I predict things in this trial. Now, are they? And I find it funny that those very same people say, we're all idiots. None of us know what we're talking about. Me, Kevin, or anything. We don't know what we're talking about. We're all idiots, except I at least speak for myself, know that when I predict whether something's going to happen or not, more often than not, I predict it correctly. And that's because I actually know something about the law, unlike some of the other people on FKR that pretend like they do, but they don't. Even, we'll call them lawyers. Half of them are from out of state. Most of them don't even and have never done a criminal trial a day in their lives and have no idea what they're talking about. And couldn't be bothered to actually look into the trial procedure or anything for this state. I don't know how you could not, covering a case, how do you not familiarize yourself with the rules of that state if you're going to comment on it? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you not? I don't understand. Like, but that's the thing. I mean, do they just let Alessi take the blame for most of it? she can assist on the witness, but it'll be her word against theirs, of course. Like, oh, well, she insisted on it, and she can say, no, I didn't. You know what I mean? Like, make no mistake, Karen would probably lie. Like, for appeals. Not that she would win any appeals. She wouldn't. This is a defense-leaning judge. She has given the defense, gift after gift after gift, and they have taken the gift that the judge has given them and, decided they were going to use it as like a football and kicked it across the field. They just punted it across the field until it bounced off, right, and smashed them in the face. Like that's what we're dealing with right now. I think she's making a lot of the calls for sure. And I think they're dumb because you don't let a client who knows nothing about the law make those calls. You can't represent them if they're going to make such ridiculous things. Like, exactly. Couldn't see the screen 5 feet in front of him last trial. Like, and that's what showed the jury. Exactly, Holly, is that you will bully witnesses. You'll try to threaten witnesses, and now, so can they believe anything any of your experts or witnesses have to say? I don't know. Especially if you bring Dr. Russell on here, and she says she's the smartest person on planet Earth, being an ER doctor from the 90s that knows about bite patterns. By the way, scientific research has been done that bite patterns are actually junk science for both animals and humans, for that matter. Like,
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Yes! Yes! We have a gift. We have a gift. We call Dr. Russell. We're calling Dr. Russell. I'm so excited. Get your popcorn. This is going to be great.
Follow me, please. Then you're going to step up and face the court and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. You may have a seat.
We love updates.
Good morning. Good morning.
Exactly. The defense is the sham. Me either, or inside the courtroom. Ooh, going on a field trip. I love field trips, Ren. We love field trips.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Meatball.
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York.
Why would you have a medical license?
Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT
and
Northeastern University here
Let's
in
start
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
In Massachusetts, we know where
When
MIT is.
did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974. I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained the bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes, I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city. And in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area. So it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships? And could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes. So after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency. And that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
many of them. In fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays, if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course, reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination, and then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, the membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors.
Their problem. She does think she's a police officer of sorts and an investigator.
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
just we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury. If you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
I'm an investigator and a
So
cop.
just so you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role.
Yes.
Yeah, dog bites in the prison, because there's a ton of those.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
Insert herself.
To move this along,
move it along.
Before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role. And my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor.
Nurse supervisor.
And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes, they're medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing.
For that. We had that.
Over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
So many. No.
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally.
Are they?
puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, like skin defects, slight skin defects, not usually not major. The whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds we saw, the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Exactly.
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way, and so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
Stopping
in 1992? What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time.
Yeah.
So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Why would
Were
you be
you
a
a
cop?
sworn duty police officer?
Yes,
Full member of the police force?
yes,
Did you attend academy?
yes. I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No, I
I'm sorry,
wasn't.
I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
There's no way.
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog
500.
bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
No.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
Bullshit.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Way more.
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have.
Highest
and
trauma.
there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi.
Yep.
And we were, the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000 week number again,
you mean like that?
If I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. It's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
I am smarter than you.
Shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there? Similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
Who wants to tell Kenneth?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they're arrested for a variety of reasons anyways. And if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed specially, and etc. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there was typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles, did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described,
Thank you,
right?
Ian.
Yes.
Five
And in,
membership.
that
Thank you.
position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injury on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns. And another one was more focused on management of the law enforcement dog bites.
Pattern is junk science.
And did
has been
you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those chapters was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, Vale, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In
Forensic
terms of
is junk science, says the scientific community.
From peer
And the
reviewed
government.
articles you co-authored, peer reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
No. Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Not much.
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any
Not
court
qualified,
in the
yes.
United States?
Come on.
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yeah.
No.
That stuff isn't
And
weird. No.
why not?
Because it's, I mean, prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice in terms of whether it's
No.
an issue in
No,
court,
it doesn't.
is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Because it's junk science.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying
Nope.
in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from, from a variety of mechanisms, including, assaults or motor vehicle accidents again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course, very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from, from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And
no.
Is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as an emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, right. Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened, and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills? Yes. So now in terms of dog bites specifically.
Oh my God. Ask a valid question, Alessi.
How often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog? Occasionally. And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, et cetera, but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of
inserting yourself again, huh?
Well, you can look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples?
No, please don't. Oh my God.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It is just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
More?
No, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accident, people who are struck by cars.
Well,
There are certain patterns that one expects to see
Nope,
when a individual is struck by a car.
Wrong.
And so, and we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and
No, you're
and
not.
that can help you
That's gonna
determine
bite her.
if they were struck by a car.
In,
No such
in
thing.
terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who's struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents,
not taught that.
including in the Los Angeles area?
I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy.
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
Let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your Honor's
yeah.
permission.
What?
Are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes. So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
In what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect
Not most
their
of the
face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in a, during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds.
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Junk science, once again.
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Alessi, shut up, dude.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bingo.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
So, Freddie.
No, Mr.
Yes.
Right, one jaw.
For identification.
Thank you, Scorpio, for your $7.77 donation. And she says, for the Russell Hustle, laughs.
Thank you, Madam
I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
I'm handing you, Dr. Russell Wood has been marked for identification as O as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe
junk science,
dog dentition, and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell was speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
It was hilariously dumb. Somebody who did so much.
Thank you,
I read
Your Honor.
articles. I'm right because I read
And
articles.
will enlarge Mr. Woke the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a a pointer, Your Honor, if there's.
There's nothing on that stand after this?
I've got one where I approach. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Oh, yeah, the bullshit's high in here. Facts.
Here, Dr. Russell, hopefully that will work for you.
Bigfoot. It was a Yeti. It was Dr. Russell's partner, the Yeti.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and this is a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
When a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of
Hank will.
Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your.
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for notes.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds. And those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine?
Well, she doesn't know.
It's
As a dog expert.
From canines.
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay.
Oh, she's not sure.
That's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but maybe in some dog breeds, because the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths.
You don't see an hourglass.
This is just a generalization.
Okay.
Interesting.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right. And so you
actually, yeah. So here you can see, go back, please.
Oh my God.
So here you can see the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin.
What they're saying is, I didn't hear you. What was that again? Say it again. He wants them to accentuate it.
We can take that down.
He wants them to say it again. He pretends like he
now
can't.
let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. what type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and puncture by several teeth.
I mean, says
There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines.
Oh, who's gonna?
And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range. And can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please.
Yeah, no dog DNA, no punctate wounds,
so
no puncture wounds.
In
They're
terms of
scratches,
the
if you will.
nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so so uncommon. But I was but because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs and our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained.
Yeah. I can't wait for the crowd.
Are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience, for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty, now let's move to another category to keep this moving along. how did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts, I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. I thought the question was interesting.
Objection. What?
Just answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Yes, I did.
No, you can't.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So, did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustain.
Yeah, but
what did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its sidebar really quickly on this.
And that's number 7, folks. Do me a favor. While we're rating is 475 of you. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube and hang out with us in a live chat. I think you would get a couple LOLs. You know what I'm saying? But do me a favor and hit the like button while we're rating. Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. We'd appreciate it if you could support the channel in any way, which includes likes and shares. That always helps. Or you could donate to the channel one of a bunch of different ways, things like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link for those of you who just want to use credit or debit. And then we have super chats and super stickers and memberships that you can use as well. There's a ticker below this big one. So I can pull this big one down, and there's a little blue ticker at the bottom of the screen that scrolls by with most of the information, and the other information is in the chat. Here we go. I'm still behind in the comments, you guys. I saw a $13 and some cent one from Jack. Thank you, Jack. Saw that while Dr. Russell was boating on and on and on about nonsense.
Moment, Your Honor.
You don't have a moment, sir. But thank you, Jack. I appreciate you. Yeah, she called Jackson or the office, and they called him.
Dr. Hev, in terms of Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Right.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first, let's start. What is it? And then how do you recognize it?
Oh, for the love of God.
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now,
Go ahead,
in
dog
terms
bites.
of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
Differential diagnosis?
So let's
Like, that's
start
not...
with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and
Figure it out.
An image in this case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis,
you can't.
It's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need
It's
to.
actually unethical to
back on, Your Honor.
diagnose
Thank you.
you.
So, does applying a differential diagnosis, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes. And does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So in terms of differential diagnosis,
she has with
did
pattern
you
recognition.
apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Right, Joy?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
You rule out every scenario?
We're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
No, you didn't.
And then, that's what those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes.
Thank you.
Holes. It was cut off of him.
Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Lacey.
Nope. You don't have the
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also.
I'm going to see you at Sidebar.
Number 8 on the sidebars, folks, because he has made no foundation for that question whatsoever. Yes, there was holes, but the shirt was also cut off of him. So the way she tried to explain it was that it only had holes. The whole thing was cut off of John. The holes were from glass taillight pieces, and all of those were then embedded into his shirt in tiny, tiny shards, of course. But Dr. Russell last time, remember, said that there was wounds, right? In the shirt, there was wounds, guys. There was puncture wounds. In the shirt. She doesn't. And also, she didn't go over a lot of the evidence, and she completely ignored half of it, which is what Hank is going to harp on. It's going to make her look like an idiot. He's going to say, are you an expert in this? Are you an expert in this? Our dogs' teeth friggin' 3 inches apart from each other. You can't tell if they're dog bites or scratches, right? Right, great. So, I don't know why they would have ever called her other than there is no one else, but Hank's going to make her look like the fool that she is. It's really that simple, Yeah, and jury's probably going to be like, what dog? What dog? The blow to the back of the head of him hitting his head is what ultimately, and laying in the snow, is what killed him. Not a scratch on his arm. I really don't know why they're making such a big deal out of the arm wounds that we can clearly tell she did not match up the patterns on the taillight shards to his wounds, which would show that they match, by the way. And that's another thing Hank may bring up here with her that'll make her look like a fool. And how she got into this case, she lied about what she knew and when she knew it. Caught her multiple times. She'll be caught again. Really, the cross is just going to be a comedy hour if we get to it today. It seems like we might, because there isn't much more Alessi can ask her other than what her scientific. Now, let's make something very clear. Dog bites, human bites, scientific odontology has been found to be junk science, not just by the scientific community, but by the White House, and actually regulatory authorities have found that odontology, bite mark pattern recognition, and bite marks in general are complete junk science. And I put links earlier in the chat of those things. it's funny to me that they're even attempting this whole thing. Like, literally, if you look it up, it says bite pattern recognition, also known as forensic bite mark analysis, has been found to lack scientific foundation by reviewers such as the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Despite this, it has been used in criminal cases, leading to wrongful convictions in at least 27 cases in the United States. 4 governmental bodies have also stated that bite mark analysis
we'll give you an hour for lunch,
has
okay?
no basis in science. No basis, 0 basis in science. So they're doing lunch. What are you voir diring? Are we voir diring? What's happening right now? Because they're sitting back down, they're not getting up. It's junk science. And of course, Hank's going to bring that out because there was a huge study written about it years and years ago after the Bundy
May I
case and all
continue, Your
that.
Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had and with your
That
honor's
would be
permission,
great. Hope they
republish it.
do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
He does that on purpose.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has.
The judge
requested.
needs to catch on to that.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's another grouping down here on the forearm.
She's an idiot.
These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
Teeth and claws now.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here.
The teeth and claws now.
Elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit.
There is no pattern, by the way.
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their
teeth now their teeth
punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here.
She says no.
And then here it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in and the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If you could just stop at that area. Have you observed in your experience, which you call that complex area pattern, have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could you
so-
please
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Court, all right, please.
She can't wait until 1 o'clock. She literally cannot freaking wait until that clock hits 1 o'clock. She can't do it. She can't even go until a full 1 o'clock. It's really concerning, like, that this judge seriously can't start on time, can't go till lunch break, takes an hour, then takes an hour and a half, 20-minute lunch break turns into 40, an hour lunch break turns into an hour and a half. It's always a whole thing. Like, you know, those are not, now remember, you guys remember in the voir dire, which Hank is going to be able to bring up, all right? She says it could have been dog bites or claws. She doesn't know. Now she's saying it's teeth and claws. Hank's going to make sure that he hammers in that she's changed her testimony on that. Also, she now claims that that may represent a lower teeth mark under, sort of like under where the elbow is. To that point, Hank had been, you know, on top of her about where's the lower teeth? Where's the lower teeth? Where are the lower teeth? Where? Like, and of course, she had no answer. So now you want to say there's a lower tooth mark there. Remember, she also says that they're punctate. There is no puncture or punctate marks on John. The ME is the one that looked at him, and the ME says otherwise. You know, yeah, now it's both. Now it's both. It's not one or the other. She couldn't tell if it was one or the other before. So that means she has now changed her testimony. And it's very clear that she has changed it to fit what the defense wants her to say. And that is not going to look good, especially when Hank starts questioning her about her sort of shadiness when it comes to the defense. You know, and she's the smartest person alive, right? Yeah, based on all the materials you were given. What about all the materials you were given but ignored? Because she was told that there was taillight piece fragments found in John's clothes. She was told that was found outside. She was told that Karen was screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, yet still is sticking to the story of dog bites or scratches, but now it's both. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, what's up?
Give it to us, B. Tim.
I think I don't understand that thought process of having that last witness jump up. To me, was kind of crazy.
So crazy.
Why would you ever? Even the lawyer, you know, said that was a disaster. Even he was a disaster.
So bad.
I mean, you basically have a situation where you're threatening police officers to testify and lie on the stand. That's what that jury's going to come with that one. And that was your second witness. Your first witness was a bomb. Your second witness was a disaster. And I suspect after this lady testifies, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath.
Oh, yeah.
And like, I don't understand the tactic. I don't understand how they couldn't just think of another way of going about it than this, because now you have a dog bite lady that's making these huge assumptions, who hasn't followed the scientific method at all of where to test the teeth marks from the other dog, to at least find out, to see if they experience. And Hank's going to go in there because he probably hired his own dog expert to write his reports, to figure out what the hell.
He did.
And she's going to be fucking torn to pieces.
Yep. We're doing an update now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is he's going to make her look like the fool that she is. She was offered to look at the dog. She was offered to look at the bite, whatchamacallits, the molds that they had made, and her excuse to the molds were, well, we don't know what the dog's teeth were like before that, but we do.
Yeah.
We have the bite pattern when it got in a fight with the other dog before John died, so we do know what the teeth looked like before then. And so she just said, no. At first she said, yes, she'd want to look at it. And then once Hank tried to drop the bomb that they had the molds, then it was, no, I don't want to look at the dog. It'd be too dangerous. Well, what if she sedated? No, I don't actually need to. Wouldn't more information be better? Yes, but it's unnecessary. Like, that's going to make her look like an idiot in front of the jury. Like,
it's going to make her look like she's been paid to testify to these opinions. It's never a good idea, because the fact is, next he's going to ask about, oh, who wrote your new report? Alessi. Oh, your boss. How much did he pay you? And then you get down to the nitty gritty about your last testimony. You said this. During this, you said this. And it's going to be a very, very bad situation. I don't think it's not. And you know what? Now you have the first witness, a person who sounds like they were paid for, that didn't follow any scientific method of creating their own experiments to verify that the other guy was actually doing it correctly, and just basically kind of verified a lot of the prosecution's testimony, like what they allege. Then you have the second witness that basically is a disaster. Like, that second witness was technically the guy reading the text messages. And, you know, it's definitely shit that you hear when you're in private conversations. I guarantee you've heard worse. People said worse. You know what I mean? I've heard worse on Discord, let's just say. I've heard worse on live streams, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
So I've heard, so it's not really shocking to me. And I don't think it has that same cause and effect as if you had Proctor on the stand, you know, reading it and going at him. And the third witness is a disaster. You basically have she had to call the FBI because she was being intimidated by and being forced to try to lie on the stand, in her own words. That was a disaster. And now you got this lady who is, you know, everyone's going to be like, oh, she's sounding good right now. Wait until cross. She's going to melt like fucking butter.
Bad. It's going to be so bad.
It's like, not so good. These are not the witnesses you want, man. And it's not going good. It's making the defense look desperate.
Yeah, very desperate. Why would you ever, in my opinion, call Kelly Dever? What benefit could that have given you at all? Especially if you already knew at that point that her recollection could be completely debunked by a video of her leaving and what time that car came in. Why would you ever risk that? Seems like a very dumb thing to do. So why do it? Why do it?
That made no sense to me, because there is no benefit to it. It was just a negative. It just shows you as you're trying to manipulate witnesses for your client, and it makes you look like a bully.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was border on badgering his own witness. You call your own witness to the stand, and it was just such a bad idea. And honestly, what they should have done, in my opinion, opinion, this whole defense did it wrong. I would have called Proctor first. The reason why I would have called Proctor first is because I would want to. What?
I wouldn't have called him on a direct.
I would not. I mean, you're forced to, because you're trying to imply that Proctor planted evidence, and you want him to read the shit. You want him to go through all that stuff. I mean, like, you need that guy on the stand to kind of fucking put a face on the text messages and stuff like that, because since the prosecution kind of screwed you over by not calling him, you got to put him on, and you make him read the text. You make him see if he was biased, and try to see if you can get him angry on the stand to make it look like he gets emotional, that he might be able to plant the evidence.
Right.
Then you never call Dever. That person should never have been called at all.
That was just
zero.
Stupid.
The dog
already dumb enough to call Lefty and Russell too.
Then you call in Higgins. And you go into that guy. And then you go into the next thing. Then you go and then you try to paint this, because you're trying to tell a story. You're trying to tell a story about a cop covering for other cops. So your story is you bring Proctor up, you bring Higgins up, you go into them. This is just to make the whole jury forget about the evidence and think about, like, the rumors and speculations. And then you go into the next witness would be the guy they had up first. Honestly,
so bad.
And then you do better. I mean, Jackson did terrible on his direct on that guy, but it was not good.
Emotionally invested. All right. It has nothing to do, like, he's not doing good lawyering because he's emotionally invested. It's really, really that simple. And I've seen him make these mistakes since the trial started. And to me, it shows, like, he's emotionally invested. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And so I think he's not, like, and then you give Alessi doing all of the ones that are like technical experts, and he spends more time asking the most irrelevant questions to the point where the jury groans out because they're like, all right, this is.
With a witness like this, you don't want to ask her too many questions to give a chance for an in-depth cross, because you don't want to, like, you don't want to give them too much. You don't want to give him too much cross, because this witness is going to fucking melt. It's not good.
Nope.
And
one ready, I haven't eaten lunch yet. I don't usually get my lunch until after their lunch, obviously, for obvious reasons, because I'm here with you guys. But I can't wait. I cannot.
So another issue is that, like, you bring in what I would have thought would have been a proper thing to do for the defense is bring Proctor, bring Higgins, then you bring in, never touch Denver, move on. You don't even bother having to bring your friend to verify the text. You do it with Proctor. Then you move on. I don't know what the other witnesses besides the tech, but if you have someone else, you bring that person too. And then you go with the technical stuff, and you make sure, like, you bring the dog. I don't understand the dog expert. Honestly, I think it's a bad idea.
Jury has to be confused because they're not really understanding where this dog came from and why. You want to talk about a dog attack? Did the dog attack kill him? No. So why does it matter? That's what they're gonna be thinking. Well, the dog attack didn't kill him. If you're saying it's a dog attack, so what's the like?
I mean, they're going to try to say that the dog jumped on him so hard that he dropped and hit his head, and instead of
only on one side of his body.
And instead of calling the ambulance to help their friend, they said, what would be a better idea? Let's toss him out in the cold to die.
Yeah, front lawn with his phone, by the way.
With his phone, so he
never leaves the front yard. So how do you get him in the house without his phone and then back out without his phone? It never moves.
I mean, the Commonwealth is going to prove beyond ridiculous. Like, right now, the dog bites wasn't even the question. The time after this cross, it's going to be like no one's going to believe those bite marks came from a dog. And that's going to be so damaging because now what you're doing is, and this is a problem, you're letting them focus on the wounds. And now the jury's going to ask themselves, once it's been like that lady gets completely embarrassed on the stand, where those those wounds come from, and they're going to remember the accident reconstructions.
They're going to be really screwed if Hank brings up photos of the pieces of the taillight and he turns them to fit exactly where John's scratches are, because pieces of the ridges on those taillight pieces exactly match some of his wounds. They're ultimately screwed if he brings that up, because that sticks in their head. And also, I think there's one other thing that, like, is really going to stick out here, which is the last witness just told the entire jury that the defense tried to threaten her to say what they wanted her to say on that stand and lie to a jury. So now, do you think that they're going to be able to believe any of the defense's witnesses? Or are they all going to think we can't take any of them seriously because we don't know who was paid off, who was threatened and didn't say anything? Like, if you're willing to threaten a police officer, what else are you willing to do to people who are not officers and don't have that kind of, oomph? Like, so it's like, can the jury at this point in their minds trust anything that the defense brings up or any witness that they bring up? Or are they going to always have a question on if that person was influenced by the defense in an improper way?
Think about how devastating Denver's testimony, because once Hank asks who wrote your report, and she says, well, Alessi helped me. that's going to go coincide with what happened with the last witness of this manipulating of the facts and stuff like that. It was a disaster. I don't know what they were thinking. This was like, I think they're just desperate. I think they have no one. I think they're so desperate for witnesses that they knew they couldn't call this lady to the last trial because they had a brain. And this trial, they're like, we are desperately in need of a witness.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Like 100%. That's the thing, right? Which is, at this point forward, after what we just saw this morning, is the jury going to take anything the defense says or implies seriously? I wouldn't if I'm a jury member. After that, like, she even went as far as, like, Jackson didn't do what any normal attorney would do, which is stop question. After that, like, stop. Let Hank do a cross, and then just like, you're done with that witness, right? You're done. Move on. Get out of there, right? Like, he doesn't get out of there. He tries to double and triple down and tries to save his own behind by being like, well, we didn't really threaten you, did we? Like, and she's like, no, yeah, you did. And then I called the FBI. So it's like, you just made it even worse for yourself. Like, because you allowed her to say she called the FBI after. Like, that is a huge problem for the defense, a huge problem. I predict if this jury went into deliberations like in the morning time, say they went to deliberation at like 10 in the morning, I believe they'd have a verdict by the end of the day. If they don't go until like 2 in the afternoon or so, probably not until the next day. But I believe fully, right this very second, you put those people in a room to deliberate and she is found guilty within hours.
Yeah, I think it's not a good. I think this is a bad defense. I think it's not good.
Like, that's
when you have the lawyer, saying that was a disaster. That's a disaster.
I'm actually surprised that he told the truth about anything, even for 1 second. Did any of the rest of them, or no? They're all still
probably not. Probably not. I mean, if you don't think that was a disaster to bring that witness on, I don't know what's what, because that witness basically implicates Jackson as a piece of shit.
Right. So does the lawyer, actually weigh that and say, like, this is so bad on its face that if I don't say it's bad, like, everyone's gonna 100% know I'm an effing liar? Like, yeah, we already knew, though. You already kind of let the cat out of the bag when you're giving ridiculous legal takes that never would happen. Like,
I realize that the fact is another problem is that, like, the text messages, they're like, oh, he thinks she's batshit crazy or whatever thing. And it's like, this jury has watched this lady for almost 23, 24, 25 days.
They probably agree by now.
They probably agree by now. Like, they probably think she's batshit crazy too. And that's pretty much it. And honestly, listen, in the end of the day, those lines, I mean, unprofessional, very true, but whatever. I mean, you don't think people talk in group chats with their friends like that, then you're in a very sheltered world.
Yeah, of course they do. It's very, I mean, come on. That was private text messages, number one. Number two, I don't think that first witness went over the way they wanted it to. That guy apparently wasn't even a part of that conversation. So why did the judge allow him to even read those? I'm not even actually sure. If he wasn't even a part of the conversation, it was going to be read. That didn't really make any sense to me. He can't authenticate something that he wasn't even, he's in a text chain, but he had no part in that conversation at all.
I don't know why. I think, honestly, the defense just simply they were just caught off guard that Proctor wasn't called, and they needed to think of something. And the judge caved and gave him a bone, so they wouldn't have an appealable.
But they wouldn't have anyway, because 99.9%, like, there's actual legal precedence for this. Like, you have to call that person. Like, you want to go to state of mind or what, like, cool, but you can't ask somebody else what someone else's state of mind was. I get it, it's text messages, you can read it, but you should have had someone read it that could authenticate it. So for the judge to say something like, I think it's authenticated, like, there is no think. It either is or it isn't, and it has to be authenticated in a certain way via the law, not just the judge saying, well, I think it is. Like, that's not an authentication. That's not the way it works.
Yeah, but still, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I think
included. I agree with you.
I knew
Like,
that she was going to allow him to add that in. There was no way that she wouldn't, because
she already asked about bringing him back Monday morning, so she very clearly already decided, and that's the kind of but the problem with this is like the Commonwealth doesn't get to appeal these things, right? They don't get to appeal these things, so the judge knows that. So even when she makes a decision without hearing arguments, like she did when it came to this witness, because she very clearly was like, "Well, I probably need him back here Monday morning." That's telling the world that you already made a decision without even hearing arguments. That's a lie.
My issue with the judge is that, this guy clearly lied to the judge, and she doesn't give him like a little bit of a talking to, like, hey, you just lied about a statement on the
text messages, Yannetti. Yeah.
You need to stop doing that. And the reason
the whatchamacallit, pin it on the girl that was never said, come on, man. Like, yes, the dog lady is still on, unfortunately, with Alessi. Hopefully they're wrapping this up soon. I do think they are, because Alessi's not going to really have much more to question her on other than her scientific opinion, which is not based on any actual real science at all.
I think that the reason why Alessi's going to make it short is because you don't want to have too many questions for this witness. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to give the cross too much room.
No.
And I think that's the main basis of the testimony of the second witness, saying she was evading answers, defense questions. Well, EDP or whatever. I keep on saying EDP, but that's the wrong person. That's another YouTuber, but not one you want to be associated with. Let's just say EDP. You know who that guy is, right?
No.
Oh my God. Well, apparently he was like a big football fan. He was overweight, and then he tried to EDP tried to contact a underage kid to meet up with, and he got exposed on YouTube, and his channel got deleted. So
well.
So whenever I see EDB, I think like my brain goes to EDP for some reason instead of Emily D. Baker. So that's why I'm like sometimes I mess myself up when I say EDP all the time.
She stops the trial, and that's one of the reasons why I won't watch her channel, is because she stops it every like 5 minutes and has to make commentary. And I get it. As a YouTube channel, when you're playing a trial, you do have to do commentary. Otherwise, they'll strike it for like copyright content. But you don't have to stop it every 5 minutes. You can wait like we do until you get to sidebars, or if something needs to be said like right away.
Yeah. But sometimes with the larger content creators, they get noticed more by like news network and shit like that, and they might get like hit. Because I remember Ricada was fucked with a little bit, because, and also other content creators. Like sometimes when you're small, like if you get like 1,000 or 2,000 people, you're not going to be really picked up too much, or less than that. You're not going to be picked up by like the major networks. But if you're breaking in 30, 40,000 people, the networks are going to be like, why are that 40,000 people not on our network? So they might come after you.
Yep. And that's
so
true.
I get why she pauses all the time, to be honest with you. I would be worried too.
I just never would make it through trial sitting there watching somebody pausing it every 2 minutes to make commentary. That'll take double the amount of time to get through the friggin' trial. Like, no, thank you. It's already 6 or 8 hours a day. Like, and then breaks. I don't want to sit for an extra 2 hours. I want to hear commentary, but I don't want to sit for an extra 2 hours during the trial time just to have someone say ridiculous things like, if you're not saying at this point that witness was awful for the defense, you're lying, and you're lying. You're lying.
I think people that are loving this witness don't quite understand the shitstorm that's about to come once Hank goes, because we follow like the voir dire. We know exactly what's coming. We know there's more coming, because Mr. Hank likes to hold back for when he really wants to shove it deep into you, because he knows the most important thing is theatrics in front of the jury. So he doesn't want to give a heads up to this person.
Oh, 100%.
And she's gonna be fucking melting like butter, and we know that's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's why I'm not sweating.
And says, thank you for all you do. And I just want to say thank you. I'm not going to read the name, give somebody's government name, but I appreciate it. Thank you very, very, very much. Melanie Little, I don't know. I refuse to watch anything she does. She's a fool and a liar. Thank you, Willow. Thank you. I appreciate you. That was you. Thank you, Willow. Yeah, to me, it's like, what are we dealing with? Like, that's nice. That's nice, Anna. Thank you.
I don't know what we're dealing with this. This defense is actually solidifying the prosecution's case. It's looking really bad because I don't understand the thought process. I don't understand any attorney that sits there and thinks this defense is doing a great job, because this is I would say, like, Dr. Russell is actually the first so far. She hasn't blown up yet, but she will in cross.
She will with Hank. She'll lose her temper like she always does.
Yeah, but like, they don't quite understand that all three witnesses, I mean, was a dud. One was a dud, which was reading Proctor's text, which was a dud.
Hold on one second, guys.
You need to say something?
You go ahead. Be right back.
Oh, okay, cool. The first witness basically solidified the prosecution's case, and the guy showed himself that he just writes reports because Alan Jackson tells him to. The second witness was a dud, a complete dud, because what was read was basically a guy that was pissed off about an alleged cop killer and said some really mean things to a bunch of his old high school friends. The third witness basically implicated that she was being wrongfully intimidated by Alan Jackson, and and then basically implied that a false memory. Now, you might not understand that. A lot of people don't think that's sketchy, but false memories do happen a lot. They usually happen a lot in a lot of cases. That's why you get a lot of forced confessions and stuff like that. And Alan Jackson knows that about false memories and stuff like that. Look at the Satanic Panic. That was a result of a book that was written by a woman that had false memories. So what happened is that she thought she saw them go in, and it wasn't a possibility that could have happened due to the timeline of events. And he wanted her to go on there to kind of like lie on the stand, and then threatened her when she didn't want to lie on the stand. And the fourth witness is a dog bite expert that's not a dog bite expert, who actually got fired from working in the prisons because she's an idiot as a prison doctor. She's going to be fucking, and the last book she wrote about dogs was what, 30 fucking years ago?
Yeah. It was an extremely long time ago. By the way, I got up because it was a knock on my door, and it was Ashley. She dropped me off a coffee. She didn't tell me she was coming, so it was very nice of her. Thanks, Ash. We appreciate you, my friend.
But this is your fourth witness, and now the jury is sitting there, and they're like, okay, so even if we believe the defense, there's only 30 seconds for John O'Keefe to be beat up, and now we're going to believe that he was not only beat up but mauled by a dog, and then and then brought out, because what's going to happen is one line of question is there was no DNA, dog canine DNA. Do you know that? Now I do, because I was just told. I was told in the trial.
You just told me, right, Hank? Yeah, you just told me right now. That's something that really got me.
Like, this is the, and we see this is the problem. It's just like they really don't have anything. And if you believe this is dog bites and dog scratches, bro, that's not dog bites or dog scratches.
Remember last time she said, or she couldn't tell which ones, and Hank kept asking her, and she said, well, I can't tell. There's no way to tell whether it's dog bites or scratches. Now she's saying, and Hank is going to ruin her on that. So you're now changing your testimony, right? Right.
Yeah, it's going to destroy her credibility in front of the jury, and it's going to make the jury realize that the defense has no real other explanation for those remarks, and they're going to go with the Occam's razor, which is the most simple explanation, which is the taillight pieces.
That's right. And all the other evidence, all the other freaking evidence. That phone stops moving forever seconds after Karen's car backs up, okay? What other explanation do you have for that? It isn't dog bites. It isn't dog scratches. It isn't being beat up inside of the house. The fact that the defense is actually still going with that. They're not disputing that Karen Reed backed up that car at a high rate of speed. They're not disputing she backed it up at that specific time. They're not disputing that John's phone stopped moving forever just seconds later. They're not disputing any of that. Why do you think that is, FKR? They're not, because they can't. It came from the data of her car that they know can't be tampered with. So they cannot try to argue that those things are wrong, which is why they're not arguing that those things are wrong. John's phone stops moving forever, seconds after Karen backs up. He is found with the phone all right, after 6 in the morning, with that temperature on his battery from the time she backs up, seconds later, and that phone stops moving, that temperature starts going down and down and down until he's found at 6, and then the phone starts moving again, right? As soon as he's found, and the temperature starts going up, proving that that phone had been with him where he was that entirety of that time, proving he never went in the house.
Bro, I don't know how Alan Jackson recovers from this trial. His
I don't either.
reputation's through the
Yeah.
fucking mud. Like this
Well,
is
yeah.
really bad reputation destruction for Alan Jackson. I don't know what he was thinking.
Neither. He wasn't, in my opinion. He wasn't. He was not thinking with the brain that's in his skull, I'll tell you that much. Like
I mean, this is a disastrous situation that I don't think for his career, because not only is he, he's now on the record of threatening witnesses that he's had to be reported to the FBI for, which is wild to me. Wild.
Reported to the FBI for that, they would have referred it to the bar too. So
now you got a situation where, he's shown with inappropriate pictures with his client. He's got secret encrypted discussions. He's on the record for lying to the court. I mean, this guy's reputation's going through the fucking mud. Like, the only way he can actually I think the reason why he's so emotional with this case is not because he's suddenly in love with Karen Reed or some bullshit, which I don't believe. I think he realizes if he doesn't get this bitch off, his career is fucking over. He is never going to be able to get the type of cases that he was getting before, and his career is over. He might as well fucking retire.
Hire him because you want your attorney to be sleazy if you're guilty, right?
You want your attorney to be sleazy and win, not sleazy and lose. Right. And that is the key difference. I think that's why he's so emotional, because he knows that Karen Reed's not the only person on trial in this case. He's on trial for this case because if he doesn't win, he's fucked. He's the main guy. He is the main person that's been the head. Yannetti, he can go back to whatever. He'll be fine, I'm sure. Alessi, yeah, I think so. I mean, like the guy was thinking about probably retiring. He'll probably start a YouTube channel, maybe grift. Maybe the lawyer will give him a shout out for his YouTube channel.
Imagine. Oh my God. Imagine that though. No, what I'll tell you is that here in Massachusetts, Yannetti used to have a really great reputation of being a reputable and not really breaking the rules sort of attorney. And I'll tell you that has completely flipped when it comes to this case. There are a lot of people that won't do business with him. They want nothing to do with even saying that they know him personally because of this. And they think, at least privately to me, that it's because he allowed Jackson to do all of these things without stopping him and saying, like, listen, buddy, you're practicing on my license. These things are not acceptable. You should have nipped it in the butt right away and said, listen, I'm not going to let you practice under my license if this is like the stuff you're going to do, because I'm not risking my credibility, right? And he didn't stop him. And Alan Jackson did more and more and more and more shady things. And that goes to all of them. It's not just one of you. You all get held accountable because you are the defense team. What one of you knows, all of you will know, even if you don't. Like, that's just the way it works. Like, so, I mean, I don't know.
I think what he did was disastrous. And I think that's why Jackson is so emotional, because he knows his career is on the line. He knows it. His career is on the line.
Yeah, well, he definitely goes back to the West Coast. Ink, I saw your little name in the Discord, so you made it in there somehow. We'll have to figure it out after the stream to make sure that you're knowing how to use it.
I also would probably remind everyone that be careful about your privacy in any Discord you're in.
Yes.
Because you do have
Discord. We have locked rooms, and eventually it'll be certain trusted people will be in those locked rooms. You guys, most of you, just freak right now, the only ones who can access them, but most of you can't access those rooms. Other ones they are public rooms, but I can see who's coming and going. So usually I can sort of tell if someone's coming to just troll. But know that it's public.
Yeah, I also say, like, because you have a lot of times, you have a lot of, you're dealing with these like fucking rats. Some of these people from like who are Turtle Boy fans that want to probably try to dox a bunch of people to fuck with them. So you always have to be careful of your
Yeah,
privacy.
don't use your names anywhere. It doesn't matter where it is. Don't use it anywhere. You know, that's why I don't read people's, government names or anything like that when anybody donates, because there are really sick individuals in this world that get some sort of sick pleasure out of like trying to make other people's lives miserable when they should really just go outside and touch some grass and worry about themselves. Because it seems to me as if the people that do that dumpster fire of their own life is so overwhelming that they think belittling other people is going to make them feel good for like 10 seconds.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
sometimes it happens like that. I can't speak for other channels or why, but I know that there's I try to welcome everyone who's new. Like we had one earlier, which was, the name was just YouTube user. And they said they just found us today. And I said, thank you in the chat, because we were during trial still, but I appreciate anybody who comes in. I always acknowledge everyone, and everybody's welcome to be in the community. I don't want somebody coming in and then nobody acknowledges them like they don't exist. That's a way to shun people, almost like, oh, hey, you're new, we don't know you. Like, that's not the kind of community we have here. It's not the kind of community I ever want.
Agreed.
All right, hurry back.
They are crazy calling that girl. It's crazy that they called that woman on the stand, and I don't think it was a smart move. And I think every single witness has imploded thus far. It actually backfired, every single one of them, and this lady's going to backfire. And I think what's happening is that if the defense doesn't get two good witnesses there, I don't think there's going to be a ton of time on when they go back to their verdict.
Oh no, for the verdict, I think that's going to be quick. I mean, not quick necessarily like minutes, but quick necessarily not like days like it was last time, depending on what time they start. Obviously, you can't start at 2 and expect them to have something by 4. You know what I mean? It happens sometimes. I'm saying it doesn't happen. It happens sometimes. But I would expect it to take at least a few hours, because there's a lot of evidence. You know what I'm saying? And there could be one person that's like, meh, that they have to convince. You just never know, But I do think it'll be quicker than it was the last time. That's for sure.
Well, they're also going to pull the jury this time as well.
Yeah, if they get a verdict, they do pull the jury. They just don't. If it's a hung jury in Massachusetts, they don't pull the jury unless one side or the other asks for it. And neither the Commonwealth nor the defense asked for it last time. That's why it didn't happen.
Yeah.
That too, Agent 99, that's part of my reasoning for intentional, because you don't intentionally get down to that accelerator at almost 75% and back up at 24 miles an hour. That's definitely not an accident, I think AJ's wife is probably not too happy with him. If I'm his wife, he better rent an apartment somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the feds don't give. So I love that question. You hear that question, V10, when they were like, do you have a report from the feds that say that you reported? It's like, the feds don't give citizens reports. That's not.
Do you have that report? I might need that for my defense when they criminally charge me for witness intimidation. I might need that report.
That's you. He knew, but he knew the answer is no, because he knows the FBI doesn't hand reports to citizens. It's not the way it works.
I mean, so let's. Ever heard of? Let me see.
Yeah, you can use private. They have, you can use private DMs just like you were. Those are there too.
A nerd of math extraordinaire. You ever heard of that person?
Yes, I have.
Okay, did you hear what she said? She said, so this is the defense so far. The first witness, Desagra, confirmed that the key. What did you say it again?
The first one today?
No, just Desagra.
Desagra, yeah.
Okay, confirmed that the key event cycles align with the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. He also verified the second trigger happened at Fairview and that the subject reversed while pressing the accelerator to 75%, all consistent with the timeline allowing for the 5-second disruption alleged by the Commonwealth. He also aligned that when Camry backed up into John O'Keefe's car, there was no accident event recorded. So that one too. So that kind of is bad for because the Commonwealth is alleging that there was no contact. And since that's not recorded, that's a pretty bad situation.
Yep.
Another one is Proctor's friend. This is the next one, is acknowledged that Proctor had been fired, but not due to corruption, just nasty texts that didn't even have to be read, notably, among the 38,000 texts reviewed. Not a single one referenced cover-up or anything similar. And third, Davers testified that the defense pressured her to lie and even threatened her with perjury if she refused.
Yeah, so insane.
Yeah.
So insane. Like,
That
can happen to Jackson with the office. Yeah, of course it can. It's not. I promise you, it's not going to happen until after the trial's over. Let's make that abundantly clear. I've never seen them like even come out and like charge or arrest an attorney during a trial. But make no mistake about it, he is in some serious hot water when this is over. You know.
I think he's absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of real attorneys that are watching this case and think that his how he's doing this case right now is a disaster.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I honestly think he is not doing a good service for his client. He actually fucked his client. He allowed his client to go on interviews and stuff like that. And because he believes, I mean, I think their hope is to contaminate the jury pool, and that was their main and still their main hope. They're hoping that a Karen Reed person gets on there, and there's another hung jury, and that she can get out. You know, because I don't think they think that there's going to be a not guilty verdict on this. I think their hope is a hung jury, and I think that is their main goal.
Oh, it has to be at this point. It has to be. So Hank did ask for a transcript of the phone call. Obviously, anything orally, you can't, like if it's on the phone, like they don't have a communication like record. But Hank asked for it to be written down for him, and the judge allowed that motion. So before she got on the stand, they would have had to hand over that reciprocal discovery. It stands to reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the person on the stand until that reciprocal discovery was handed over. So clearly, the defense handed over something in writing to Hank, and I suspect Hank knew what was going on. And if they lied, that makes it even worse for them. He'll rent at the Omni.
Yeah, I think. So we're going to see how this, I think Alessi's probably going to draw this out for another hour and 20 minutes. And
Yeah.
I think Hank's going to go to town on her. And I think we're going to be seeing this lady till tomorrow. Either or, we're going to see this lady tomorrow. Because this lady's going to be, there's going to be a vigorous cross, and there's going to be a vigorous redirect, and there might be a reread cross on that.
I think it's going to be amazing because remember, it's definitely going to go into tomorrow, whether Hank does cross today or tomorrow, and they keep having Lucky there, which means he's got to be at some point up next or something like. So that's going to be intriguing. And then, by the way, I did write this down this morning. This morning, the defense put in 3 motions. 3 this morning. One was their motion to reconsider the testimony of Michael Easter. Okay. Which
Who's
they're going
Michael
to.
Easton again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
As far as I know, was like something to do with the dog, I think. But they put a motion to reconsider the judge's original decision, which she's not going to change her opinion on that. And then it was motion to present a missing witness argument and request for a subsequent instruction, which I also think will be denied. I'm not sure what witness they mean, missing witness testimony or witness argument. But if it's already past the time where any of that was supposed to happen, that's an automatic nope. So, and an instruction, which goes with the one I just read. So it's like if she says no to the missing witness argument and request for subsequent instruction, like the instruction is a no too once the first one is a no. So I don't honestly think they'll win any of those motions. I think all 3 will be denied. So, I mean, that's my take on those because we're already into trial. There's no going back. Like, these are things you should have had ready and should have been decided long before now. So, and the judge's job is to keep the trial on track, not to delay it. And Hank has pointed out many times, like, this is fishing expeditions, trial by ambush. This is what the defense has been trying to do the entire time. And there's no reason why they couldn't have, like, that. DeSogra saying that they waited until the 25th to have him put that report in, that's deliberate. That's on purpose. That was last minute on purpose to give the Commonwealth a sort of like less time to go over it instead of more time to go over it. And that's not going to bode well for them with the judge, at least, like in the end of this, Yeah, that's just disgusting. Some people live with that for their entire lives.
I agree with that. I think that this is going to be not a good situation. I think most of those things will probably get denied. I agree.
Yes. Yep.
I think,
you know what I mean? We know
he's
did.
He's the former FBI investigation critic. Okay, thank you. I just think
he was the one who wanted to critique the investigation. No, you don't get to do that, and there is no legal precedent for that. So that will definitely be denied. No.
Yeah, you can't really critique, because the problem is it goes into the conduct of like an opinion that can't be verified. It's just it's like, I can come in here and critique other departments what they should do, and it doesn't it's not actually something that's good.
Yep. That's right.
I think it's just I think it's not a very good situation for the defense, because you can just tell they're desperate. This to me is a lot being desperate.
Very. And we will know what penalties or whatever they get. Like the attorneys, you mean? Yeah, we will know, because it's got to be public record if it goes against their licenses. So we will know. It just will take an extremely long period of time.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's number something. I don't know if it's fifth or fourth and third. It's more than one. Oh, it's above. Okay.
Yeah.
He was the ex-FBI police. Yeah. So, and remember, he's not a Massachusetts cop. He wasn't a state cop. He wasn't any municipality in the state. Like, to let someone who's ex-FBI come in and talk about what should or shouldn't happen in the Massachusetts State Police or the Canton PD would be utterly ridiculous. Never mind the fact there's no legal precedent. And a matter of fact, there's legal precedent against allowing someone to come in and say, I think they should have done this, this, and this. And I think they should, because best practices move department to department and state to state on certain things, because some states like California, for example, have a lot of shootings. They have a lot of gang violence. Like, we're a smaller town in Massachusetts, may never see anything like that. So there are different things, that's why they have what's called discretion in certain areas. And so it would make no sense to allow someone else to come in and say, we're critiquing, and remember, they just had the guy that critiqued without actual information. And so it's like the defense actually wanted to bring in more than one expert witness to critique. Now, an expert witness is supposed to have some sort of scientific sort of method to get to the answer. The fact that they allowed Marie Russell to even testify was far beyond what any other judge, in my opinion, would have allowed. She's not an expert in dog bites. She's not an expert in odontology. Okay. She's not a vet tech. She has nothing in that sort. It's, I read a lot about it and I was interested about it, so I'm an expert. That's not how it works. You have to be certified as an expert. You're supposed to have some sort of scientific, methodology to get to that conclusion. And scientific odontology, animal or human, has been found to be junk science, complete junk science. Let's remember what they said about it, right? There was bite pattern recognition, also known as forensic bite mark analysis, has been found to lack scientific foundation by reviewers such as the National Institute of Standards and Technology. All right. They're the ones that give out all the, national standards of science and technology. Despite this, it has been used in criminal cases, leading to wrongful convictions in at least 27 cases in the United States. 4 governmental bodies have also stated that bite mark analysis has no basis in science. However, no court has ruled it inadmissible. So that's like another gap we have in our justice system, where it's already been shown to be junk science, but courts are still allowing it for whatever reason. They shouldn't be. That's the point. Like, sad. There was one guy that used to do, it was the guy from, the Bundy stuff, I think. And he was the guy that did like a ton of cases, and a bunch of those got overturned because he was using the molds and pushing them up against people who had passed away skin, and it was leaving an indentation. And that is what they were saying matched. And so a lot of those were overturned, and he was kind of laughed out of the scientific community as it being complete and utter junk science for that very reason. Like, you know? Yeah, he is the empathetic critic.
I don't know what to say. I think it's just, I don't know what, because if this is the dog bite lady and the next witness is Aka,
Imagine.
That would be disastrous. I mean, this is far worse than the defense flash. I mean, if they bring Lucky in too, holy fuck.
That they clearly are. Carolyn, listen, I make spelling mistakes all the time because I have arthritis in my fingers and I do it on my phone. And when I'm doing it fast, like my fumbly fat fingers have a small keyboard on my phone, and I do it all the time without like going back and checking, and I just hit the send button. So we're not the spelling Gestapo police. And some of us in chat are actually like English is like a second or even third language. So believe me, we don't care about your spelling. We don't care about spelling mistakes. We're on the internet. We're not writing a paper to our professor in, you know, medical school or something. I mean, Karen did. She called herself a professor, right, Anna? I mean, this is just disastrous. This is just really bad. Like, really bad for the defense. And anybody saying otherwise would be lying.
So, let me see what someone else is. Let's see, Mr. I'm trying to look for like someone that has a contradiction, and let me see.
Oh, I love they do it all the time, and it's so funny to me. It's like, did you read what you just wrote at all? Like,
so Yaki Honorable Jack Liu. Have you heard about that guy?
That's the judge I was talking about this morning. I've talked to the judge. Yes, Jack Liu.
So
yes, he's a judge from here and now.
He says Mr. Jackson called W and implied she violated a sequestration order. Prosecution could, but probably will not ask for instruction to the jury that sequestration instructions are the responsibility of the defense. But sleazy by Mr. Jackson. Is the clown show going to continue? Yeah, because the thing is, what he doesn't quite understand is the sequestration. It's his witness. That also was his
witness. There's a sequestration order. You can't look online. You can't look at anything. But also, the sequestration order is one of those things where if you're checking your messages and something pops up, it's not like, oh, I just didn't see it. Like you scroll past it, but you still saw it. You can't put the two. That's not breaking a sequestration order if it's there. If you're going and looking for it, that's
but wait. But the problem is, you're not picking up when I'm putting down is that this is his witness, so that would go against him, not the prosecution, because this is not a prosecution witness.
Nope.
So the fact to put the burden on in redirect on the prosecution, that's unfair. It's on his side, and to act like that was a big W to me is just a wild situation.
But you have to look at like even Karen when she's sitting at that table, Beecham. I'm looking at her and she's like shaking her head, like, "Yeah, we're doing this. This is good." And I'm like, are you that deluded? You're that delusional and deluded in your narcissistic brain, your cluster B personality, just like the sewer turtle, that you think that this is going well for you? Your attorneys cannot be telling you this is going well. They can't. They just can't. Like, they just can't. Crime Talk lawyer said that before it even started. The retrials are always harder for defense, and you can't try the same case. Well, they are trying the same case more so,
They are trying, but the problem is that the prosecution refined and retooled their prosecution by a lot, and the defense can't, because the problem is that they were so focused on contaminating the jury pool and the media that they don't realize that you don't win trials only because of that. You win trials because you have a good defense, and the problem is you let your client go on a documentary and say the most batshit crazy things before her trial.
Not even just one, but many magazines, articles, interviews. Like, what the F were you thinking, dude? And taking that victory lap on IG Discovery before the trial was over was the dumbest thing I have ever seen someone do. Because that's what it was. It was a victory lap.
Yeah, and it's like that to me is borderline malpractice. Actually, I think it is malpractice.
It is malpractice. It literally is malpractice, in my opinion. It is. It is.
You have a situation where the judge, we have a situation where your client is being accused of murder. You allow this person to give interviews that the prosecution now can use to basically, prove their theories in the case, that they can just simply have their expert come up there, do their test, and then, just play her what she said, and it matches whatever the expert says. And it's just disastrous. You can't argue. I mean, she's done. I mean, first off, she's done for DUI. They got her that dead to rights on that. There's no way that they're not going to convict her on that one.
Absolutely. She admits to that.
Yeah.
Like
the second, the other charge, the lesser charge, I think manslaughter, right? DUI manslaughter, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That to me, you're pretty much, unless you get into a fantastic witness here, that like Aka is just this really fantastic. I'm talking about like way better than the defense's witnesses, is liked, has smart. They make Hank look like an idiot. I'm talking like really great. Like they have to be, if this was a test, they would have to score a 99.
Yep.
I think she's going to get hit with that. I think she's going to get hit with that charge. And the last charge, the major one, man, too, I think they're pretty much done for, because the fact is that there's a good possibility that she gets hit with that. There's a good possibility the jury might say, wait a minute, she went 75% on her gas backwards.
Or backwards. You don't do that by accident.
And her expert didn't refute that. Her expert didn't say that didn't happen. And that's what you would want to do in a defense case like this. You want to dismantle as much things as possible. And the main thing you should have brought in was that the text stream data, you would want to go after that, so that at least if your client gets convicted, they won't get convicted of man 2. Because that's 75% going backwards to that degree shows an intent to injure, to basically with reckless disregard. It's not good. And then her leaving the scene and that line being played on the court saying like, I thought I'll just clipped him and left him there, on the floor, whatever she said, that she left him there and she knew he was there. This is not something you want. And you need to attack the extra. What?
Someone slashed Hank's tires. That doesn't shock me. They also damaged Lindsay's car while she was there.
Well, that's considered, if they get caught, which they have cameras there, that person's going to jail.
Yeah, here's the kicker. They only put those cameras there after Lindsay's car was friggin',
Imagine it's like Turtle Boy and he gets arrested and goes to jail.
One of those people. I promise you it is, because why would they damage Lindsay's car, damage his guy? It's clearly one of them. That's obvious at this point. It's not even a question if it was one of them or not. It very.
We don't know. We don't know for a fact that the tires are stashed. We're just reading from the chat, but if it did happen, then someone might be going to jail, and I don't think that's a smart move by anyone. So.
But this is exactly why they should have handled this cult nonsense a long time ago, because it would have deterred people from doing dumbass shit like this. Okay. And it's you don't know how far these people are willing to go. And that's half the problem is, the sewer turtle attracts these very unhinged, mentally unwell individuals. And makes them think that these behaviors are okay. She's saying it's confirmed that they were slashed. So I knew about the threats. I knew about him and the judge, for that matter, getting emailed threats and we all have got them. All, you know what I mean? It's at this point, it's oh, cool, another one. Unfortunately, but you just don't, especially he's the special prosecutor in the case. Okay. This behavior is unhinged. That means someone who's very unwell here thought that would be a bright idea, that they may even get a pat on the back from the sewer turtle for doing it. All right. That's a huge problem. Not once has Karen's team or him ever came out and said, guys, if you are doing
X, Y, and Z, harassing people, doxing people, don't do it. Stop doing it. Why? Because they like it. That's what they give the dog whistle for them to do it.
Well, you're kind of, I think, honestly, I think he was picked particularly by Camry to do that because their goal was to intimidate people and to basically make them not testify. Anyway, I got to skedaddle. I'll be back later during another break or whatnot. I'll see you around.
Thanks,
you have a good one. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, there are cameras everywhere, and they have 360 cameras now because of what happened with Lindsay's car. So they go up, and the camera, it looks like it's facing one way, but it's 360. It goes all the way around. So if they were stupid enough to think that the camera's facing one way and Hank parked in that lot, I'm not really sure where Hank parked. That's the only thing. But we actually started telling people to park their cars at the police station. Literally, because you can walk from the police station down to the courthouse. So if you do happen to go down there, any of you, A, don't go alone, and B, park your car like we did at the police station. That way, if someone gets bowled, it's definitely on camera, and they can explain to the police why they decided to go into the police department parking lot and damage someone else's property. I can't imagine it either, Leah, but this is unfortunately who a lot of these people are, is they're very hateful, angry, mean people that need some serious therapy and meds. Like, they latch on to him because he is a narcissist, and that's the kind of personalities that they need someone to tell them how to think, breathe, eat, sleep. Like, a lot of the very core of that is just hateful individuals that need some serious help. Whether it's mentally, emotionally, like, they need some serious help, therapy, meds, like the whole shebang. All right. And I don't, people poo-poo people for getting therapy. I have CPTSD. I've been getting therapy for years, and I still get therapy weekly. There are ways to do it. I don't drive, so I do mine virtually. You can do it virtually through other places, and I have an amazing therapist. Like, listen, therapy is not something to be laughed at. It can help you through some really shitty shit. All right. But when you don't get the help, this is what happens. This is the kind of stuff that happens. These unhinged individuals who are willing to literally risk their own freedom to get a pat on the back from a YouTuber who's going to jail eventually. Prison, not even jail, prison. All right. Already ready to decide who he's throwing under that bus to try to get himself a lower amount of jail time at this very moment. And those same people at this very moment are out there online harassing other people while he's thinking about ways to throw them under the bus before himself. It's amazing to me. And people are just completely blind to what's happening. Like, it's right in front of them, yet they still can't see it. And I can't say I didn't warn them. I did. And I have. Get out while you still can, dude. She did, James, in the last trial. But that was pre-Alessi as well. And there are certain things that even if they, sign something like that, there are certain little facets to it that still you could, appeal on for. So, until I see the paper, I can't really say one way or another whether it applies in this situation or not. But it wouldn't apply to Alessi because he wasn't here until afterwards, unless they made her sign an updated one, which we don't know. They could have. We don't know, I'm always safe, and I can handle myself. I have mace. Not that I need it, but I have mace. That's just awful, just awful. Absolutely awful. Just really sad. I'd have a hard time recapping it in under an hour. That's why I try to do a lot of the recap now, so that by the end of the day, we're just recapping what happened from 2 right now on, and then give a little bit about what happened this morning, because otherwise we could be here for a really long time. You know what I mean? Shame on Carl. Shame on Carl, because he's clearly been saying some things that are very, just bold-faced lies, and he knows it. And he knows it. It's all about, the money and the dollars and the cents. It just is, unfortunately. People aren't willing to tell the truth because they know the money isn't in that department. Like, you know, they watch, we have hate watchers, make no mistake. Like there's over 500 of you watching my channel right now. And make no mistake, some of those are hate watchers, okay? And because I'm streaming on 2 platforms, on X and on YouTube, that's the total number between the 2 platforms. So it's a little over 500 at the moment. And if they don't see their chats going off every 5 minutes with a membership bot or a super chat or a super sticker or a donation, then they have to find ways to make that income come in. And they're okay with lying to their audience to make that happen. I don't know how you step over that line, you know? Like, you could just be a decent human and not give thousands of people bold-faced lies because it might make you a couple bucks. You could just work harder on your channel or grow like a normal person does through time. You know, it doesn't have to be this way, unfortunately. They want quick dollars and quick cents, and that's not always how it works, you know? Yeah, I've talked to Roberta. Hey, Jack, we're just waiting for them to come back for lunch. Oh, Kevin was talking about it. I mean, it's just sad. That's just sad, you know? Oh, yeah, Hank is definitely, I mean, again, even the judge has dealt with it, you know what I mean? Tire slashing, yeah, I mean, they broke Lindsay's taillight and then, like, keyed her car all the way down. Like, they literally took something hard and, like, punctured a hole maybe about, I'd say, this big in it, and then another little one over here, and then sort of scraped all down the side of her van. And I was at her house. And so when she got home, I said, we got to take more pictures of this because we told to get out of there, like as fast as you can, get in the car and get the hell out of there. Right. So she made the report, called on the phone. And we're like, just get out of there. We don't, you know, it's not obviously not safe to be there. You got to, you know, she had court, so she had to be, but like, you know, get home. And so when she got back, I said, we have to take more pictures of this, like, because from a good angle, and it was starting to get dark out. So I was like, it was bad what they did to her car. Like, it was bad. Like, she's a single mother of 4. How is she going to afford to pay for that damage? Like, you know? Guns N' Roses? Love Guns N' Roses. Nope, no joking. I mean, they've dealt with a lot of harassment, including Hank, you know? Yeah, I think it's just people saying, like, are you serious? Like, that's shitty. Not like, are you serious? Like, actually questioning if you're serious, but like, oh my God, are you fucking serious? Like, as in, like, it's really shitty, you know? Like, it's a horrible thing to do. Like, yeah. I mean, this is the stuff we deal with, you know? This is the stuff we deal with. Well, Jack, you might want to watch the Kelly Dever stuff, and then you'll be mind blown there. Like, you know, I hope that he wraps it up. Wraps it up, you know? There's lots of side, right? There is lots of sidebars. We're at like 8, 7, 8. I think it's 7 right now. Like, I can explain. Yeah. So if you're, I don't know what device you're on, but when you're typing into that box for the chat, right next to that box where it says chat and you can write words in it, there's a little $ thing. And if you click on that, it'll say memberships, super chat, super stickers. So super stickers are like little gifts almost, if you will, little pictures that like say things or move in a way. That's a super sticker you can buy as a thing to the channel to say like, hey, I support you. Or super chat, which is just sending the money without the sticker, right, version. And then there's a membership where you can be a member on one of 4 tiers on the channel, from rookie to chief. And those are all should be options near your chat. Some devices, like iDevices, don't necessarily have them, I guess, on the device. You'd have to use a computer or an Android. I'm not sure why. Just some iDevices, it doesn't show up for some reason. I'd have to look into like how or why. Some people can use their browser and sign into YouTube from their browser, like using, you know, whatever internet thing they have on their phone that isn't like, you know, Google search, you know, like Chrome. And you can go into Chrome and sign in that way and you'll see it. But some iDevices just don't allow for it. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Stella. Oh, thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate that. I mean, I listened to all of it, but it's like, geez, buddy. Like, you know? Oh yeah, no, he was part of the text chain, but he did not take part in that conversation that he read. He had no part in that conversation at all. Like, oh yeah, there are quite a few. Somebody gave 5 memberships earlier, and sometimes when people gift memberships, it sort of outs people who are in the bushes watching, so it'll pop their names up to like give them a membership because it's like random based on who's subscribed. And so it will literally pop up the name and say this person got one, this person got one, this like Insider Man got one, Lou got one, and then there was a couple other people that got them when Ian did the 5 memberships earlier. By the way, thank you, Ian. We appreciate that. So it sometimes will out people who are like in the bushes because, you know, yeah, Wolf Rider, just Jake, Monica. So yeah, it other people that are just like watching but not chatting, it like, you know, it'll say their name on who got the screen name on who got a membership. Right? I don't think that there's any chance that she walks or there's a hung jury. That's just my opinion in this trial. Watching the first trial, the entire first trial, in this trial, they're very different. And kind of gets right to the point and whatnot. Do me a favor. I think court's coming back. Hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would very well appreciate it.
Good afternoon and welcome back, Dr. Russell.
Do so, please. And also,
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
Hey, Mark.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, excuse me, why don't you restate?
Oh my God,
Well,
Alessi.
let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any friend of Anna's
So
is a
there's
friend
multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means similar, you know, like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
Ladies and gentlemen.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here, which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Here comes the Russell hustle, everyone.
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to see that now. Let's go back to 167.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Russell?
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, what is, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body, the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually,
no.
There is discoloration.
It's not lividity.
Over here in the elbow area.
In the elbow.
I do see some lividity. Okay. So there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry.
Now I can see them.
There's some right here. This redness right here on the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity. And yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's postmortem lividity.
And
She thinks that's what he wants her to say.
Is that, you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
There. That's what he wanted her to say.
With regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located, do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Woe, can we take that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is to, and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it utilize that skill because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge or otherwise? How would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites. So that would be 40 to 60 or so of those. Plus, most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
You're the rascal, hustle.
Are the more striations on what's in depicted Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Say it.
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition? Did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please.
If we could go back to the part where you stop asking
Exhibit 1
questions.
highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustain.
How would you describe the characteristic
Do it.
of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
What are strikes, Dr.
And
Russell?
with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that
please,
it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition.
Go ahead, I dare you to say that.
So to
I
the
dare
exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Sustain.
Do it.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
Highly specific, but not highly recognizable. Got it.
Strike the last word, Mr.
Yep. Specific? No, they're not highly specific.
In terms of the characteristics that you have talked about, are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
Do it, lady. Do it.
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes. There is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones. And so therefore, some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider the end. Also, there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
I'm going to
Yep.
strike that.
Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure.
Nope, she doesn't get to make that determination. She's literally making a very specific thing that isn't actually a thing. She has no basis in reality to say which way the skin goes or doesn't go based on a dog bite. This is not characteristic of any dog bite at all. Like, never mind the fact that the pieces of taillight that have the indentations on them like this literally match John's. I mean, it's embarrassing. Like, and it's going to get worse. Yep, number 8. Sorry. Yep, it is number 8. It's going to get worse when Hank gets in there. Way worse for Dr. Russell. This is so bad. This is just so bad for them. This is just so bad. And the people who live in like the deluded world of Dr. Russell's great. She's making so much sense. It's like, tell us you know nothing about medical or anything else for that matter without telling us, because it's very clear Dr. Russell doesn't even understand what she's saying. It's very clear that she's changing her testimony based on what she thinks Alessi wants the answer to be. That was very clear a little while ago. Do you see any other lividity? To her, in her mind, that's, oh, he wants you to say there's lividity on the arms. He's talking about extremities. Like, she will say whatever she thinks the defense wants her to say. And that's very clear to me, which means it's clear to the jury. And also, after this morning's disastrous witness who admitted to calling the FBI on the defense because they threatened her with perjury if she didn't lie for them, I don't think as a jury member, I'm going to believe anything that any of your whack experts say. Just saying. Yeah, she breaks my heart too, because she shouldn't have to sit through this again. You know, she shouldn't have to sit through this again. I mean, I honestly feel bad for anybody Dr. Russell ever worked with. She must have been one of those people that just is unbearable to work with, where everything is some nonsensical theory she believes in when it's not. And so I'm sorry, but if this is the way you acted when you were both a police officer in the 70s into the 80s and then a doctor, I wouldn't let you touch me with a 10-foot pole. No chance in hell. Like, absolutely freaking not. It is beyond outlandish at this point. Beyond outlandish. She has changed her testimony, by the way, quite a few times just in this direct. Hank is going to have an absolute field day with her. Who can I see in the background for the media? Well, I see Lion Sue O'Connell. So that's a dud for getting any real information. I cannot tell if that's Christina Rex back there, because the only person's face I can see is Sue O'Connell's, unfortunately. But John's not there today. Nobody that's really dependable to actually get real information on, I'll tell you that much. That I'm looking at least, that I can notice. Well, that's the thing. She's definitively basically saying that it's, what'd she say? Highly specific of a dog bite, in which the judge struck from the record the word specific, because you can't say it's highly specific of anything. Dog bites are all different, just like car accidents are different. And you can't, you're not, I mean, she can't opine on the expert of everything, which is what she would like to do. And if she says something the way she said to Hank last time, like she's the most credentialed expert in the entire world to talk about dog bites when she's not, has nothing to do with dog bites, then I think that the jury just ignores her outright. Like, and as we know, she loses her temper. She loses her temper a little bit when it comes to being questioned by the Commonwealth.
because all of her quote fake science and quote fake methodology falls apart on its face when questioned. Literally. Like, me either. That's one strong lady right there. That is one strong lady. That's for damn sure. She shouldn't have to deal with this more than once, you know, and then have to have John's arm up there that way. It's unnecessary, you know, it's unnecessary. Me too, because you never know in real life how friggin' quacky they are. If you got a doctor that's this quacky in real life but doesn't say anything, by the way, that guy next to Sue O'Connell is the Canton TV reporter guy, camera guy, and he had been following around the sewer turtle in all of his events relating to this case. So he's very biased. Can't take a word he says to be actually true in any stretch of that imagination. See Ted? Ted there? Ted, where'd you go, Ted? She doesn't. She has no, not only does she have no basis, there's no scientific way that she got to these answers. And that's what an expert is supposed to show, is a actual scientific methodology to get to the answer that you get. There is none here. Pattern recognition is not a thing when it comes to dog bites, and odontology is junk science. It just is. And I know Hank's going to ask her about the article that was written, a study that was done about it being junk science that she told us before she had never heard of. If you knew so much about dog bites and you were so concerned about bites in general, especially dog bites, you would have known about that study, because I did. Of course, he likes to rubberneck when there's the camera coming near him. He'll stand up and do this.
Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wolt.
No. Stop putting it on the screen.
Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Russell.
Yep. She said it's dog bites and scratches.
Can you determine
which one is it
from this depiction?
Exactly, Grave.
How do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Now she's going to say whatever he wants her to say. Watch.
Well, I see several groupings of wounds.
What does that mean?
Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow.
Exactly.
Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow.
She actually can't even, like, is she serious right now?
The upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly.
No.
If they are
Regular
separate
dog. You don't know.
dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
So which ones are bites and which ones are biting
claw marks?
Because they don't claw when they
bite. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
No.
It's hard to say exactly what this, what these marks are. This one here, this one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So
even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment, because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
She named it herself.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
But that's okay. Incomplete bite, I
okay.
might
Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe
they all
the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of
why there's no bottom jaw, that was what they gave her. That's what the defense gave her.
That you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Over 100.
Bullshit.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
Go ahead.
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Okay.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe
Mr.
O'Keefe's right arm personally?
Knowing she's lying.
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
When?
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
Nope.
And it is a generally accepted practice?
Yes.
Now, in conducting we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
No, not leaving it up.
So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
Number 9, folks, number 9. You don't need to keep it up. He's keeping it up there for effect and going in between the questions of the arm and other questions to keep it up there for like effect to the jury. No, you ask your questions about it, you get it down. The family is there. Have some goddamn compassion or some friggin' common courtesy, you slime bags. It's hard to sit here and listen to Dr. Russell just lie through her teeth, knowing that she's only taking her cues from Alessia about what he wants her to say, but she's going to get destroyed on cross because she's not only is she not making sense, but it's not consistent with the other times that she's testified. She's ultimately screwed because she decided to lie for attention. That's all this is I was the doctor that was in the car and said it was dog bites. Oh, that's so awesome because I was so interested in it. I read so many articles. Like, lady, you need psychological help. That's what you need. Yeah, we always count sidebars. We count them in the morning. We make our guesses because I've never seen so many sidebars ever in my life in a trial. And it's usually anywhere between like 7 and 13 per day. I think the most we got up to was 13 or 14 per day. I mean, that's absurd. And that's every day of trial. I've never seen anything like it. Most judges will just say no, or they argue it right there. Like, no, we're not going to have a sidebar. The answer is no. The objection is sustained. Move on. Like, she already looks like a nutcase. If there is anybody else sitting on that jury that's in the medical field or that knows more about it than she seems to, since she's been, you know, she's been out of medical for quite some time now, then they know that she's a quack and a liar right away. And they're going to tell the other jurors in deliberation, like, I know she's a liar and I know she's a quack because this, and this don't make sense. Like, right? There's 2.5 more hours. I mean, I really want some mozzarella sticks after this. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why, but since you guys mentioned it this morning, that's all I can think about is my mozzarella sticks, man. For realsies. For realsies. Do me a favor, hit the like button. There's over 530 of you here watching currently. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We could really use the support for sure. If you can donate to the channel, that's always helpful. We're just a little channel trying to grow, and we can use all the support we can get. Your Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We also have a link for those of you who want to use just your credit or debit card and don't have any of the payment apps and are out of country. And we also have super chats and super stickers and memberships that you can get as well. And we definitely appreciate it. That's for sure. This lady is unreal. I don't know if Hank will get to her today, but I do think that, like, if they don't, that means he'll get to her tomorrow and have most of tomorrow to make her look like a ridiculous, nonsensical person that she is. You know? I mean, she's definitely off her stinking rocker. That's for sure. Like, I know, right, Ren? Like, God damn it, some people are trying to see what Hank has to say. Yeah, incomplete. She had to come up, and this is why Alessi asked her, she had to come up with a reason because Hank kept hammering there's no bottom jaw. So she had to come up with a reason on why there's no bottom jaw. So now we're going to say it's 4 incomplete dog bites. That's the theory. Oh, but we can't tell which ones are bites and scratches. So while the dog is biting, mind you, dogs do not lift their paws up while they're biting normally. Usually their paws are down while they're biting because they are latching on with their teeth. Sometimes they put their paws up, but most of the time they're latching on, they're pulling. And so you're going to tell me that the dog got its mouth and paws on him 4 separate times in 4 separate places. One of them going this way. So the dog's mouth would have had to have been sideways. Makes no sense. It's not logical. Like, let's hope so he gets to it, Carolyn. Let's hope so. I mean, maybe not. Oh, I saw that. Karen didn't look too happy, although she shouldn't be. This is going very bad for her. Yeah, we're at 9 already. Oh my God, imagine if we added it up on the end of trial. Oh my God, that would be really bad. That would be really bad because we're at day 25. I mean, this whole notebook is notes of the trial. Like, I'm on page 4 just for today. Legit. Like, I always guess 11. I think there's one day that there was 11 and I didn't guess 11. So they darkened his wounds to make them look like they were deeper, the defense team, and they took the lividity out. And the original one that they quote photoshopped or darkened with filters. So that's good, though. You'll get to see a lot of cross from Hank, which is just brilliant. She does. She does. And I think she is saying anything. I mean, come on. See? You never know what a juror's experience has been. You never know. If one of these jurors are bit by a dog.
With Your Honor's permission, we publish Exhibit 1. Thank you for your patience.
Well, yeah, she said
Dr. Russell.
She just did.
Is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
Oh, she opines on all accident victims now? Cool. They're all different, by the way. So that's just absurd to say. It was bad for the defense. They brought up someone who then told the jury
Published exhibit
that they were threatened by the defense
206, which is
on the
in
stand,
evidence, Your Honor.
and then called the FBI on them. That was very bad. Kelly Dever, you want to watch something?
Do you recognize
You watched that from
exhibit
this morning.
206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you
He's getting to the end. He's trying to drag it out.
describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent. A different case, not the decedent in this case. Totally separate case.
To do body language
And
on her.
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolf, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this is a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance. On an X-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or
that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph, any part of the photograph.
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, I'd be doing objecting because we're just going back in circles here.
What does?
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Please do hit the like button.
Please continue.
No. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, hemopneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
This person,
are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
She can't compare.
Answer the question?
No, don't answer the question. You don't know? Oh, I thought you testified before, lady, and you don't know what
You
that
can
means?
Take that down.
Got it. Sure.
Did,
No, you're so smart.
From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
Thank you, Ren.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain
Banana.
any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No hemopneumothorax.
Right? Liza Little and her get this. They get their bangs done at the same person. You know, maybe Karen was like, "You need to do your bangs, both of you." They have the same hairdresser.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent.
Why?
In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence.
Yeah, there's wounds. There's wounds in the shirt, she says. She is a clown, absolute clown.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
This guy, he literally does not know how to do a case, and it's really sad. Like, he should probably never, ever.
What is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the
She's a detective
jacket
now.
or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound? And if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded.
No, it's not.
I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth. And with the tooth going into the shirt,
exactly, Skye.
reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
Oh, shut the hell up.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence.
She's never going to remember all these lies. Just remember
Do you
that.
recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back?
That's not from a tooth. Clearly, it's a very big hole, bigger than a tooth. That one's ripped to the side. It's not a puncture straight down.
I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150.
Hole. That's what she said.
What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by
Why did she
either
explain
the
that?
police or the crime lab or someone. And the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here. And I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So
then
let's
cutting it
start
off.
with each one and we'll go through these quickly.
not saying
Let's
that.
start and zoom in on number 1.
Yeah, lots of assholes. See how many holes we got going on here.
What
We got
did
lots
you
of assholes.
conclude about the source of that
Don't worry.
hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
She can't give an evaluation.
Let's go back and zoom out.
It's not a forensic. She can't give that
Have
opinion.
you in your career examined clothing
Objection.
either as part of your forensic pathology practice or
Objection.
your emergency medicine practice
Not
to
examined it, no.
determine
Objection.
the source of
Nope.
defects in clothing?
We wouldn't do that.
Yes.
No. No. As an
How
ER
many
doctor,
times have you done that approximately in your career?
Interesting.
Several hundred.
And have you, in those several hundred times,
Always ask me to
have
see my.
you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give
No.
some examples of the many times you've had to look
I've
at
went over these before.
clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Why would you have to do that? As an ER doctor, you would never
Yes. So
do
let me
that.
clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The
Now we
clothing
know that sounds stupid.
and
Got it.
the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times. Looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds.
Why
In
would
stab
you do
wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis?
You're an
You mentioned,
investigator now?
testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Go ahead, say it.
Maybe that one child.
All right. So let's go now to
Here's the microphone. Can hear her. Come on.
You were discussing the defects in the arm, as well as the wounds in the arm, and then the defects in the
on purpose. Unless he's
clothing.
dragging it out right now on purpose. I can tell.
In terms of the back to Exhibit 1. In
He is
terms of
going
that
on purpose, right?
pattern that is in the arm, and in terms, let's go back to the hoodie. I'll strike that.
He's doing it on purpose. He's literally.
Have you, in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Why would you
How
do that?
many times roughly have you evaluated what
As an ER doctor,
clothing
why would you
looks
do that?
like in terms of motor
You
vehicle
wouldn't.
accidents?
Not for a motor vehicle accident, for what?
In many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then.
Sure.
And then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have
you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
say yes, I
Have you
dare you.
ever evaluated that as
Ooh,
a
I fucking dare
forensic
you.
pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in
You want
either
to-
emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
Yeah, she can't say whether that's consistent or not consistent. That's ridiculous. She can't opine on that, nor does she know.
In determining, let's go back to exhibit 1, please.
He knows he doesn't have many questions left. He's trying to drag it out because it's only 3 o'clock.
In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in your experience that you talked about earlier today, the 500 to 1,000.
Oh, this is painful.
Was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Oh, please.
Why is it, well.
Strike that, right? Go ahead. Come on. He doesn't even know what to
In
ask.
terms of, we're going to move to another category. Studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Put the lights on and take this.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
I know what he's referring to, but why would the doctor need to look at the clothes of victims? You know they came from an accident. There would be no reason to do that.
Did those studies
no sense
that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustained.
Yep.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Deiamandis.
She keeps saying that one. It has nothing to do with dog bites.
Deiamandis, I believe.
It has like an excerpt, like this. You know what I'm saying? Like this.
And then there was another one, Pollack, Pollack.
That one too, but Hank's gonna smack those down real quick. Because they're not all about dog bites at all.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Way
Your
beyond
Honor,
total nonsense.
My recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification.
Well, she's getting mad when she can't answer things.
Studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes.
For what?
So we can just.
He does not. He is stalling. He is definitely slow walking and on purpose because he does not want Hank to start crossing. So he doesn't, he's just asking nonsensical questions at this point. Usually judges do hurry them along when they know that they're doing that. They'll say, all right, how much more time do you have? Or this is a subject we already touched on, move it along. Like, oh, they definitely prepped her a million times over. Told her what to study, what not to study.
Okay.
Hank's asked about all this.
Okay.
And she doesn't know that he doesn't have evidence that she did. So
If I could have marked for identification.
holding.
And one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
I'm a football fan, folks. Okay. Love my football. Not usually, no. I've seen it very rarely, but doctors don't usually, they're not the ones to cut off the clothing. Like, I've seen that, not even the doctors, usually it's the nurses, if anyone. If it's not the EMT, it's usually the nurses, not the doctor. Like,
Exhibit QQQ Friday.
this would annoy me as well. Because it seems like we're just going around in circles on things that don't matter. Will she, though? Oh, she'll absolutely forget everything she said. That's why this is going to be such a shit show. She's never going to be able to keep up with every lie that she told Alessi at all.
The Demunic, and exhibit QQQ is Pollock, and those are the lead off.
Nope. I don't think they're being honest with her at all. This is very, very bad, going very badly for them. And I don't think they're being honest with her about it. Yeah, the nurses.
Dr. Russell,
usually.
I have
She's a liar.
Provided you with those two exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing.
Oh, it'll all backfire big time because she's never going to be able to keep up with every lie in the way that she said
Now
it.
let's start out with the Demunic study. Is that exhibit?
The Demunic study that had this much about it.
So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury
Not sure how
that study related to the opinions in this case?
Yep.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1.
After he catches her in the lie.
With regard to your
I feel like I'm being read right now.
On the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
Please don't.
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
You already did that.
Yes. I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
I'm on top of it, y'all. Hank. 40 minutes left. Judge can't stop it here. Come on, let's go. Do me a favor while waiting for Hank. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, donate to the channel if you can, please. We would very well appreciate it. Share with a friend the channel so that people know we exist. Some people are finding us every day. They didn't even know we were here. It's because we're little and the algorithm doesn't like to push out those little channels until they know there's engagement. So that's very helpful. Go, Hank, let's do this. Burn, baby, burn.
Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes.
I've asked you questions before.
Yes.
And you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
Yes.
Sure have. Here we go.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No.
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
No.
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
No.
Nope. Nope and nope.
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
Yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague.
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yep.
Yes.
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
No.
Well,
yes.
You weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
That's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And
Oh,
they
reluctantly.
paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hope that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they can move on. If it wasn't, if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other, sub interests?
Sure.
Interest.
Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
Yep.
It's a listing service for physicians. And yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event?
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case and after you took the photograph from this case and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time. And it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated and volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, I had retired from my full-time job, and I had time, and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases, and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I
thanks.
respect that, but
Appreciate it.
simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds. Is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and then
and
they
hold.
pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding.
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between generally the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites.
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
Nope.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember, I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Of specifically dog bites? No.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times
you got to remember,
what stands out. When were you asked ever over your entire career to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
Never.
Oh,
never.
Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay.
Oh, but you're an expert.
This is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph,
right,
whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
With permission?
You took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were dog bites, yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
What?
That was it.
Okay. So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case.
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you had any experience in before this effort.
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question.
Answer it,
Do you
lady.
not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds? Isn't that fair to say?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, what?
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. Do you believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury?
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience,
which is
look at a
ridiculous,
photograph and make a determination of the mechanism of injury?
No, I said,
you did.
If I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites. Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right. My apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
Yep, you did.
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So what Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who is qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
Interest
So
about
you
expert.
think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners,
2 different things.
You think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any of reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Nope.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La
You have
Posada?
an interest.
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever? Well, how do
You know
believe
that?
Who told you
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
that? Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well,
How do you know?
so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case. You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well,
in terms of who the witnesses are.
somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody meant.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this case, did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. La Posada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. La Posada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us
that you don't know
saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. La Posada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Oh, she's so serious.
I didn't ask because I didn't.
It didn't matter.
I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other persons' opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report from authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so
yeah, you do.
Why did you qualify?
Trying to make yourself above that person.
Because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
Oh, okay.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on dog bites?
You're a medical
examiner. But in their case,
just the ones that she
I would
knows.
hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
Doctor, as a disqualification, how about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs from the
Go ahead, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Say it.
I'm going to allow it.
Say yes.
A non-doctor, as you said, you made a
They
decision.
know.
They're simply a dog trainer.
Because they have a dog trainer. Defense is a dog trainer. Go ahead, say it. Nope. Not qualified. Go ahead, say it.
Be able to look at photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite.
Go ahead, say it.
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I'm
sorry,
not.
I didn't get
I think that someone could who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans could possibly say that they were consistent with.
even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I'd prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
You
Seems
said
like the
that.
standard's now kind of changing a little bit.
Yep.
Because when I asked you,
Sustain.
you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into a very select group of experts.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion, looking at photographs, and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again, please.
When you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met.
Yes.
And we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12th, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again
One
had an
week long.
opportunity to discuss this on January 7th, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the
No, you didn't.
hospital, an
I dare you.
emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report.
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, a town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you've testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scorti-Bello's report for information
Yes.
because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scorti-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a firsthand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scorti-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize. Did you rely on her ability and firsthand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those wounds.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scorti-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I-
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we have the witness see the report that you keep referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scorti-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the questions that were about an autopsy.
She wants to see it now because LSD said it. And that's how you can tell right there that she's just trying to do what they tell her to do right there. And if you don't think the jury understands that, whoo, come on, man. Come on. This is number 10. This is number 10. Sorry, guys. I had to take my sweatshirt off and get my shirt, which is brought to you by It's Okay, right? I'm on 500 milligrams of Fuckitol. Yes, that's what the shirt says. Brought to you by apparently what Dr. Russell is thinking today. Fuckitol, screw it. Can't remember what lies I told, so we'll just wing it. Just gonna wing it. We're gonna wing it. That's what they're doing. While we're waiting for them, do me a favor, hit the like button, subscribe button. There's over 550 of you watching. I'd very well appreciate it. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. You can do so Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, which are here on screen. And then we have a link for those of you who either want to do Apple Pay or one for credit or debit. And then we have super chats and super stickers, and you can become a member. And that can also help out. We're a very small channel. We're just growing slowly, and we definitely appreciate the help that comes from all of you very, very much. This is so funny to me. I think I literally laughed so hard that I gave myself a headache when she said she's the only qualified person in the entire country. And then Hank said, well, what about, and then she tried to say basically that the expert for the Commonwealth, because they're an ME, they're not qualified because they're not a doctor, but they are a doctor. And then she said, what about a dog trainer? And I was like, oh, I dare you, because she knows that the defense has a dog trainer. Oh, now she changes her opinion and says, well, she said it had to only be a doctor because only a doctor could do it. And then as soon as she knew they were going after someone on the defense, she changes. And that is what's going to screw her. That is literally what is ultimately going to screw her over, is those types of lies. Like, yeah, you know, the seminars, you're an expert on it, right? And that's the other thing, is you don't qualify yourself as an expert, right? And she started taking from what she did at this trial to like say like, oh, hey, everyone, I'm a dog bite expert. Pick me. Let's make some money off this. And then try to lie about her wanting to get involved. It was very clear she wanted to get involved. So lying to the jury isn't going to help her now. I think it's very clear she wanted to get involved. And I think it's very clear to the jury she wanted to get involved the way she's answering the questions. And if she thinks the jury is a bunch of idiots, she's got another thing coming. We don't appreciate here in Massachusetts, and she should know this, and she worked here at some point, when you do that, when you just assume everyone's an idiot but you. We don't appreciate it. We don't like it. We don't. So please, Dr. Russell, save it. Save it for the BS conspiracy that you're trying to peddle to the rest of the world. We don't appreciate it. You miss a chunk, but what you really have to watch is the Kelly Dever stuff. That's the stuff, like, and this, you know, and this. Hanky is nice. I wouldn't have apologized for being rash with her because she's a freaking liar, and that's coming out right now. And they're always condescending, rude, and arrogant. Like, oh, I like dad jokes. We like dad jokes. Hank's up. Sadly, on the photos are simply of Alessi in his straight pipe jeans, right? Yeah, when you cut your own hair. Yeah, when you're like a toddler and you find scissors somehow and you do your, Yep, my sisters did that one time. It's like, I don't know why you would want to do that. They were little, 5 and 7 or something like that. Thank you, Ren, for your super sticker. Appreciate it. Thank you, Joan. I appreciate that. She is tripping over herself. We knew that would happen. She couldn't possibly remember all the lies. There's no way. There's just no way. There's none. Thank you, Jack, for your super sticker. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love little corgis. They're so cute. Yeah, let's hope she doesn't, although it is like close to that time. It's 3:43. So I wouldn't be surprised if she tried to end it, but she really should let Hank go until 4 o'clock because Alessi took mind-numbing along and he was dragging it out at the end there for at least 30 or so minutes on purpose. She probably will, just because that's what she does, but she should give him all the time until 4 o'clock. Like, it's never a whole full day. Like, it does take a really, because she's hurting people by doing that. They don't seem to care. You know, they think, and let's be very clear here, Dr. Russell very much wanted that status and that, you know, she wanted it. That's what she wanted out of this. So for her to try to say that's not what she wanted, that's just a lie. That's just a lie. Like, and it's a very clear one. It is a very long sidebar for no reason, really. And that's exactly it, you know? She doesn't even know what to say. Here we go. Yeah, the long ass break. Dever screwed them. She screwed them. They're screwed. Absolutely freaking screwed. For sure. It was a huge bomb.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scorti-Bello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well,
okay.
Would you agree if Dr. Scorti-Bello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
You just went over this.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today. Have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No,
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
they don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified
Okay.
very, very differently than that, haven't you?
Punctual.
No,
Yes.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell. Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
Yes.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions
We knew she
about
couldn't.
the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes,
And before-
He's impeaching her, yeah.
there was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first
Well,
time you
once this year.
testified was just before the
Twice
judge?
last.
Yes,
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
Yep.
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At
Well,
some point
we have proof. So,
before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes,
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
nope.
that's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9th, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes,
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization,
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
you know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True.
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background.
I already knew they helped her.
Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been
Never needed
licensed
help
to practice
before?
medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have
Okay,
a
great.
physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, and compress the heart sometimes when they're have gunshot wounds to the chest.
Question.
I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Do you
How
have
do you
a
not know?
surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified,
Was so bad
do you
for her.
remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's
She's done.
superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
She did.
When you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you,
Lawyers help me decide that it was.
in medicine, we're taught nothing is 100%, and
But you're
therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yep.
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Wood.
What was
I
our
want to go back to
and you never called that
identify the evolution
in the defense ever
of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say? Originally, that was your position?
There is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so juries, we're not going to finish this today in the next 5 minutes, so it seems like
That's ridiculous. You should have let him take 5 minutes and said, no.
Please do not discuss this case with
This line of
anyone
questioning
without
goes to what
independent
he already went
research or
over in direct.
investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you can again just follow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't worry, you can't put me in timeout.
Can I
Nobody
see
can.
counsel while the jury's filing out, please?
See what she has to say for herself. But the
Hey, what's up?
The fact she's called argumentative on Hank when she's never called it a single time, that's crazy to me.
You're
absolute
You're
insanity. Just crazy.
Is it me? Is it me or is it you that's breaking up? Just asking.
Oh, shit.
Maybe
No,
it's stopping.
It was me. I saw the bar go down. It was me. I'm saying that she didn't call, that she called argumentative on Hank when he was barely, and she's never called that on the defense, not one time. Just blew my effing mind.
I mean, like, that's kind of crazy, but I think it's like she's cooked. I mean, he's laying the reason why he hasn't like grabbed the transcript and confronted her early on is because he's laying the foundation to basically proceed to decimate her into a very bad situation. She's changed her opinions on this multiple times. And suddenly, like, the report's being written by someone else. I think by the end of, I think he'll be done by tomorrow, like before lunch tomorrow.
Before lunch, yeah.
And she's gonna have like no credibility left after that. She's gonna be the laughing stock of the entire fucking situation. And I think like
she already is kind of like, I mean, anybody who looked at her in the first trial and thought that she was a serious like doctor who's the only person in the country qualified to say this is just absurd.
Yeah, I think she's like, Hank is only starting and he's got a lot of materials to impeach her, and she's going to be, by the end of his cross, there's not going to be much left. They're going to be sitting there, they're going to come to the opinion that she's just changing her opinions because the defense, and the worst off is that the first witness they introduced for the day, our second witness they introduced for the day, talked about witness intimidation. So now you have someone that's on here stating that their report is basically written by one of the fucking attorneys, and she's trying to say, oh, it's my substitute. And it's like, ma'am, we just had a lady just state that she had the FBI, she had to call the FBI on one of the lawyers.
Yep.
I think
impeachment is done by itself. You don't have to file a motion, like Red Sky's saying. You don't have to file a motion to impeach someone. You can do it right there on the stand. And because she's changed her opinion many times and is clearly doing only what she thinks the defense wants her to say, that's very clear. If it's clear to me, it's clear to the jury. That you would with their own, that's changed or wrong.
Yeah. And unless he is trying to object just to break the flow, because he knows he can't, he's trying as hard as he can to break the flow. But tomorrow it's going to be a fucking bad day for the defense. It's going to be a disastrous day. And of course you're going to see those idiots on Twitter be like, oh, she did great. And it's like, no, she's going to be so impeached by tomorrow because but the problem is that she's changed her opinions on those wounds like 3 or 4 different times. She's also apparently had most of her report reviewed and resubmitted multiple times by the defense.
Times.
And she's also a person that seems to
already
be
kind of
wanting
impeached her
fame.
because she said it was Alessi's law firm, but last time she said it was Mr. Alessi himself. So he's already sort of impeached her on that alone. Like,
yeah, and there are dog bite classes. Her saying that they don't exist is kind of
they
crazy.
exist. Yes, they exist.
The problem is that she is going to be completely impeached, and I think what's going to happen is at the end of the day, it's going to be another backfired witness. Now, lucky for the defense, and I think this was their plan all along, was why they used Alessi was because they wanted to burn out through the clock so they can allow the jury to think about, to opine about, this lady's testimony. But in the end of the day, by tomorrow, it's going to be all for none. And it's going to be a very bad day because I think like just by the little bit of cross, like half hour, the lady was melting like butter. There is no way she's going to be good. She's not ready for what's coming tomorrow.
Gary Roberts was not impeached on prior testimony. So impeachment has to be something that you change like on purpose. It's not something that like you got asked a question and and mind you, you guys didn't even get to see the full question in the context that it was said. And she was very clear, like the way she answered was based on the question she's asked. You don't answer things that you're not asked. That's just not the way it works, right? You're not just going to blurt shit out. You're asked a question and you answer it. And so Carrie Roberts was asked the question, but the way that it was asked by Lally was that you have ever seen, like, from anyone, not seen right in that moment, but from anyone. And so she answered it. And then they got more precise on seen from that moment, right? And the answer to that is no. That's not impeaching someone. Those are two different questions or two different contexts of a question. Impeaching someone is what is happening with Dr. Russell, which is you changed your report multiple times. You sent it to the defense back and forth. You should never do that, ever, as an expert.
And she basically was reading. She's like, I wish I read that person's report. And it's like, yeah, we know you read that guy's report. Don't bullshit us.
You read it, right? We know, right?
We know you read it, and you were trying to figure out how to avoid the issues. But the fact is that this woman is a terrible witness. This is really fucking bad. And you have this lady kind of guessing, and it's like, it's not good. Her testimony, you know what I mean? And like the fact is that of course you're going to see a lot of the grifters come out and say, she's a great witness. And I'm like, no, man. That you only got a taste of what Hank is going to do to this woman. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be elder abuse. They might charge Hank Brennan. They might charge Hank Brennan with elder abuse tomorrow. He might be taken out of the courtroom.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us. But I wanted to.
Does this count as elder abuse? Like, I mean, here's the thing, right? Yes, impeachment is not. It's not always an end-all either to a witness. It's just like a technique a lawyer uses to show someone's being untruthful or lying. Like, it's to say like you're not credible. Like they're going to consider whether your testimony is credible. I'm not sure that they can consider any of the defense witnesses credible in any capacity after what we saw this morning, because they can't determine who has been threatened or who. And now you're talking about someone who's been threatened and called the FBI, and then now you're talking about someone who's telling you they've sent their report in to be changed by the defense. Like you're telling that to a jury. A jury's now like, we can't trust any of these people to say anything.
By the way, Sarah Lynn, you'd have a great point about the whole Carrie Roberts thing if the lady didn't go on a TV interview and state that that's exactly what she said.
Exactly.
So she clearly said, I hit him. And even in her own words, she said, I hit him.
Yeah, so that's the point, though. You have not seen the grand jury question. I know what the question was for the grand jury. And the question and the way that it was posed is why she answered it that way. It matters in what context you ask a question, right? And the way that she was asked, the way it was worded by Lally was poorly worded, just to be like it just was. It was poorly worded. He said that you've ever seen. Not that you've ever seen right there in your face, but have you ever seen from anywhere, right? And so she answered that. They got more technical and seen in that moment at the next time that she was asked. That's not impeaching someone. That's not how you impeach someone. it's two different contexts to a question and being more precise about your questioning. That's bad questioning, yes. But in order to impeach someone, you have to sort of prove that they lied and not that she didn't like actually try to answer it. And either you took it out of context or it was read out of context, which is what happened in the trial, which is they didn't read the entire question or the context that it was in. Even though Carrie was trying to explain to everybody what it was in order to know, you have to know the whole question. She's not allowed to just blurt out like, you know, everything that it was. That's half the problem. That's not impeachment, because that's not her changing something or not or lying. That's in the context it was asked. That's two different things.
Yeah,
like we can prove that Dr. Russell went and changed her report numerous times after giving it to the defense. That's impeachment. That's your credibility.
That's, yeah, I mean, like her credibility's already, I think it already took a hit in the beginning. I think the mistake was bringing this lady on, and I think it's going to be really aired out by tomorrow, and it's not good for her. It already wasn't looking good. It was so bad that Mr. Alessi was objecting just so he can basically run the clock. Yeah, he was basically trying to run the clock and mess up. But the problem is that he's gonna run out of things to object to, and he's in big trouble.
Oh, big trouble.
Okay, so I guess they're going to try to do a ruling or something, or is she leaving?
I don't know. It looks like they probably already did it. She's getting up to walk away, but they didn't show it to us. They brought us back to the court while she was standing up. So we have no idea what they talked about. Cool. Appreciate it. Thanks, camera guy. You know?
Yeah. I mean, like you got delusions. Like, listen to this person. That's what I'm watching. Like, you know, for your camera, let's listen to this. Marie Russell just hammered Hank with Dr. Sheridan's opinion while she tries to nail her down with that. No other pathologist has stated these aren't dog bites. And it's like, ma'am, this woman changed her theory 4 times, wrote multiple reports, and the defense is writing the report. Her credibility is shot. This is a very weak witness. It's an air of desperate. And this is just 20 minutes.
Just
he only
like
had 20 minutes.
In the very beginning, she couldn't even say whether it was a dog. She said animal. Then she was uncertain. Was it scratches? Was it bites? Could it be and or? Then even that was changed to now and. Both and. It's both scratches and bites. No way.
Yeah, this is the problem when you bring a lady like this. Like, this lady's willing to say anything to be on the stand. And eventually what Hank's going to do is he's going to show her testimony, and the jury's going to see her testimony to change, and they're going to come to the conclusion that she purposely is seeking attention and money, and it's not going to look good. And they're going to look at the defense, and they're going to say, was this the best expert you got for this case?
They couldn't have gotten anyone else to say the ridiculous shit she says. There's just no chance anyone else was going to say that.
Yeah.
None.
And the problem is no one's going to believe these are dog bites from this lady. It's just, they're not.
No. And then her changing the whole, like, only a doctor's opinion would matter. Only a doctor until you talk about the defense expert that's a dog trainer. Now, oh, that's acceptable now. And she was very clear that only a doctor, only someone like her who had that very bit of experience, that's not going to bode well with a jury. They're going to be like, well, you just said, but now because it's a defense witness, now they are okay to say an opinion.
Yeah. So I think tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day. I think she's going to be in a very, very precarious situation. I think it's going to be very interesting. And we're expect Alessi to cry a lot with a lot of objections to whining.
Yeah. I expect to see.
You got EDB on the thing. Oh no.
Not my screen. It's Freaks. He has it up for me, so I don't have to push the bandwidth of my things.
No,
I got
nice
tech. I just haven't had time. I wasn't home this weekend, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think today I think today is like they got really damaged in the beginning. The defense. Like completely they earned a little bit of point, but then it was negated by that terrible second witness. And they started to gain a little momentum, but now Hank is taking it away. So by tomorrow, they will have no points with this witness.
I mean, my favorite quote of all of today, besides the Kelly Dever stuff, was Hank says right after Dr. Russell told the entire jury that the first time that she's the only person verified to do this in the entire country with this expertise.
Yeah, that's not good.
Was him saying, "I know that you held this opinion of yourself," he said. You held this opinion of yourself. That was great. You know, you don't qualify yourself as an expert. Like, that's not really how it works. And she said she has a collection of dog bite photos. Can you imagine what her house looks like? Like, just dog bite photos everywhere, like a weirdo. Like, you have a collection of, so you're just taking pictures of people without their permission? I can't imagine these people are allowing you to take pictures of their dog bites.
Yeah, I don't know what she's thinking. I think she's just trying to get any sort of fame she can in this industry, and you know, it's just that you get people that, you know, witnesses are willing to sell their soul for money, and she's doing that.
She keeps saying interest. There's a big difference between your interest and an expertise. Your interest does not equal expertise. If that's the case, then I'm a goddamn expert in law. Like, that's just not the way it works. Okay, your interest and being an expert on something are two very different things.
Yeah, we're going to see that. I mean, honestly, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow. But yeah, I think today was a kind of a big of a wash for the defense. I think it's Hank's literally 25 minutes destroyed most of it. Let's see what he said, and it's going to be a very bad day for those guys. So we'll see tomorrow. I'll see tomorrow. Anyway, that's all I need to say. I'll talk to you later. You have a good one. Bye, guys.
Bye, Tim. No, this is evidence, and common sense actually dictates where you follow, not just because TV's a vile piece of human garbage and waste of space. Those two things can exist at the same time, that there's actual evidence to prove that she's a killer. Nobody backs up at 24 miles an hour by accident, sir, at 75% acceleration. And also, the defense is not disputing that she did that. Just an FYI, in case you cultists didn't know, that they're not even disputing that data. But you poor thing, I'll let you run along to the cult. I think HQ has been paging you for a while. They need you back. They need you to go say amazing things about Dr. Russell to look foolish in the end. So you might want to run back and do that. Yeah, an interest is a hobby. You know, like, yeah, exactly. That was my point, is like, what person is allowing her to take pictures of their dog bites? Patients aren't just going to be like, sure, Dr. Russell, please take pictures of my dog bites. Please do, Dr. Russell, please. I would love for you to keep those on your wall as a collection at home. Of course not. Of course that didn't happen. Like, of course that did not happen. That's not a thing. It is not a thing. Exactly. Interest is a hobby. Like, lots of simple minds, my friends. This is, you know, when they think everything's going great, it's amazing to me. Like, yeah, well, they said that last time too. They said like a week and a half or something, and ended up being 3 days. I agree with Red Sky, where it might be done before the end of the week or at the end of the week. Like, I don't think it's going to take longer than that for them to be done. You know, sometimes we got to whack a troll. It happens. You know, we gotta do that. Like, the ARCA people, the Garrett Wing, and then we have rebuttal witnesses. I forgot about that. So maybe I forgot about rebuttal. But still, I mean, I don't think it's going to take much longer is the point. Like, oh my God, right? Serial killer of dog bites. Yeah, so we'll probably go into next week with the rebuttal. I forgot about rebuttal witnesses. Bye, Anna. It's just funny. Like, the stuff that she said was so utterly ridiculous. Yeah, the smiley face killer, like, may represent lower teeth marks under the elbow. That was her trying to account for Hank saying, well, there's no bottom jaw. And so her and the defense's workaround for that was, well, there are 4 incomplete dog attacks. There are 4 groups of incomplete dog attacks. That's all she could say. Not bites, not scratches. She says bite and scratches, but she doesn't know which one's which. An expert would be able to tell you which one's which based on the mold of the dog's mouth, trying to see how many inches apart the teeth are, things of that nature. A actual scientific method, which we know about odontology is complete junk science. And at some point, Hank is going to bring that study up and say, well, you're so fascinated by bites, right? And you've taken classes about bites, not necessarily dog bites, and you've read studies about bites. Shouldn't you be well aware? And she wasn't, remember the first time, of that. She had no idea that existed. Now, I've known that has existed for a very long time. So how did she not know if this is her expertise or this is her hobby? Wouldn't you think you would know that odontology, forensic odontology, has been claimed to be junk science by the scientific community of standards? Like, and by other governmental authorities, like that it's just junk science by the scientific community, absolute junk science. 27 people have been exonerated for that, like in accounting. So rebuttal might not be necessary. I mean, at this point, they're sinking their own ship, you know? They're sinking their own ship. I don't know if it will be necessary or if Hank even will do it, but we do have rebuttal witnesses if he wants to do it, you know? Sasha said she watched the NBC 10 News and they mentioned Jackson threatening her with perjury, but did say she lied about what she's saying now. See, that's what this is why we don't deal with mainstream media, because she was very clear that she was threatened to say something that she knows to not be true. If that car didn't show up until 5:30, she left at 3:45, as there's a video of her leaving at 3:45. She couldn't have possibly been there when Karen's car was in the Sally Port. Could she have? Nope. So therefore, she told them, listen, I couldn't have seen that. And they threatened her because they wanted her to still say it. That's damning. Like, no matter what Channel 10 says, the jury heard what they heard, right? Channel 10 can put it in any context they want. That's to feed the cult. That's to feed viewers. That's to gain traction for their channel. We all heard it. We all saw it, right? Scooby Gang. You know, I actually woke up last night to Scrappy-Doo on my TV. I don't even know how we got there. Scrappy-Doo was on the TV. Some Prime thing that was on after something I was watching and I fell asleep. Yeah, and they have Lucky there waiting. Can you imagine finishing Dr. Russell tomorrow and then going into Lucky? How bad, how ultimately bad that's going to be. So then you have them. Then you have what? Garrett Wang and Arca? Yeah, me? What? This is not going well. Like, and I don't know in what world anybody thinks any of those other witnesses are going to be much better for them. Arca is equally going to be as destructive with all the shady shit that went on with them. You know, I agree. It depends on the rest of the witnesses that we may not even need rebuttal at this point. They might have done enough damage to themselves that no rebuttal is needed. But hey, what do we know? We don't know what we're talking about. We don't know nothing about nothing. We're just dummies, right? Dummies that never know anything about anything. It is what it is. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up, folks. I love your stinking faces, but I'm hungry. Number one, I haven't eaten and I'm starving like a hostage. And I got some shit to do. So we'll be back here at 8:30 in the morning. See you folks at 8:30 a.m. Make sure on the way out you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you donate to the channel when we're not live, we'll read it again. Oh yeah, I got one last night. See, I get to the bottom of my spiel and I remember I got one when we weren't live anymore. It was $10. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm not going to read the name because it's somebody's government name, but thank you very much. If you catch on the replay and you donate one in replay, I'll read it tomorrow, of course. If you'd like to support the channel, there are a bunch of different ways you can do that. We have super chats, we have memberships, we have super stickers, we have super thanks for those of you who are watching on a rewatch. You can actually do it in the comments. I had no idea. This is like a new thing to me that I know exists because I got one the other day. It's the only reason why I know it exists. Or we have the regular ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country, and the link that we have for credit or debit. I love your stinking faces. I will see you guys at 8:30 in the a.m. I'll pop into Discord in a little bit. I got to go check out my emails and whatnot and answer people. But I love y'all, and I'll see you at 8. Don't be shy. That was a good one. Yeah, at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. Bye, everybody.